We would like to welcome everybody here tonight. We will go to item number 4, opportunity for public comment. We do have somebody who signed up, Mr. Harisis. I have to read something real quick and then you can step up. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated to receive public comment in accordance with this policy. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested by the presiding officer. Individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up with the presiding officer or designee before the meeting begins as specified in the board's procedures on public comment, and shall indicate the agenda item or topic in which they wish to address the board. Except as permitted by this policy and the board's procedures on public comment, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 5 minutes per meeting. The board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. So you can step up.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and withdraw it.
Okay.
I didn't know it was gonna be this early in the meeting, so I'll just withdraw it.
Okay. Okay.
You can still speak what you want to, right? You can,
Yeah, I mean, you can still step up and speak if you want to speak.
No.
because there is no other time in the later in the evening.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just withdraw it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So we'll go to item number 5, presentation of campus reports and recognitions. Dr. Torres.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. We want to be able to recognize several student groups tonight for their achievement. And this is a really exciting time of the year where we get to recognize different groups across the board. So thank you, parents, for coming. We've got kids lined up out in the hallway with their sponsors, and so we're going to be calling them in and recognizing them for their achievements. So we're going to start out first with girls basketball. So we can open up that door. Yes, go ahead. Girls basketball. Yeah, girls basketball. Okay, I'm good. Mine's working. I don't know what was going on.
Right here.
There's a mic for you there. Y'all come on in, ladies. All right. Like the shirts. All right. Good-looking group.
I guess introducing the girls all district honors this year. Had a really good season, just barely missed it getting into the playoffs. For the returners we got next year, right, ladies? Yeah. All right, so we got Tyler Ward, first team all district. Avery Sampson, second team all district. Haley Hopper, first team all district. Mariana Cross, all district honorable mention. Aurora Young, all district honorable mention. Abigail York, not here. She's rehabbing her knee tonight. Callie Ward, academic all district. And Tanaya Longer as well. She got academic all district. And Avery and Haley Hopper also got academic all district.
Okay, we're going to get a picture here. Move the wind board.
I'm sweating right now, bro.
No, I said my kids to go ahead.
Hey, congratulations, ladies. Great job.
Is it working? Can you hear me?
Okay, next up, we've got powerlifting. Powerlifting?
He's coming.
All right, yeah. After powerlifting is,
Well, it's,
yeah, they got them all.
I don't know, we're moving around.
After powerlifting is taffy. Come on in, coaches.
Hi, guys.
All right, we got a mic up here for y'all. Y'all come on in up front, students, student athletes, and just kind of line up here up front so everybody can see you.
Miss Cassie, you're over here.
Oh, over here. Okay.
Yeah,
Over here, stay right here.
You can
it's fine.
I just need her by the mic.
Yeah. All right.
Talk loud enough. You
You're good, coach.
Okay.
They can hear on that.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right.
Well, I have to be by this microphone, so don't hit the
Slow down.
microphone.
There we
Okay.
go.
There you go. Okay, everybody ready? All right.
Right.
Okay. All right. These are the regional and state powerlifters that we have up here. We have some that are missing, and there's one girl that I'm going to like talk about a little bit. She wasn't able to make it today, but one of them that's not here is Aaliyah Miramontes, who was like in the 97 weight class. These are like the regional qualifiers. We have Maribel Quintana in the 105 weight class. Finished 8th place, right? 8th? I think it was 8th, yes. Then we have Yolanda Quintana, finished 7th place in the 123. Cadence Thrasher, she was one of our regional qualifiers in the 148. Then we have Giovanna Perez, who was got 5th place and a nice big medal in the 165s. Samantha, Victoria, and here's our state qualifiers. Mackenzie got 7th place at state in the 97 weight class. We have Antoinette, who pulled it out at the end and got 3rd place at state in the 114. And Victoria was our final state qualifier. We had 3 that qualified for state. Victoria couldn't be here today, but Victoria at regionals did her opener of 225-pound bench press, and she broke the record right off the bat. Then she came back and rebroke her record again with 235 pounds. Then 230 pounds. Then she came back and she rebroke her record again for the 3rd time for 200 and now she holds the record at 240 pounds. Our boys, we had 2 that went to regionals in the boys. That was Aaron Hernandez, who isn't here today. He was in the 148 class. Then we also had Tyler, who was 1st place at state, who was 1st place at regionals. Sorry, 1st place at regionals, and qualified for state, and ended up being 9th place at state in the 114. All right, I just want you guys I'm glad you guys are here, like, to recognize us. These guys put in a lot of work every single morning. Today felt so good not to have to wake up at 4 a.m. to be in practice. Oh my goodness. But these guys are so wonderful to work with, and we're so blessed to have these guys with us. Thanks, guys.
Okay, y'all stay here. We're going to get a picture with y'all.
Oh, you can take a picture, Ken.
And I need y'all to get like as close to Emmett Green and stuff. So Tyler,
Oh, sorry.
You
did I
ever see
block
those
you?
with me?
Oh, I'm sorry, right behind Cadence.
all right, thank you. Wait. Oh, hang on. Just get in there.
Come on.
Oh, oops, I moved that
All
one.
right. Y'all ready?
Congratulations,
Thank
students.
you.
Great job.
Okay.
Watch this picture, take it again. Okay, next we've got Taffy. She's probably rounding them up, I'm sure, up there. She's getting them. There she comes. Okay. All right, Taffy students.
Hello, good evening.
Come on up. Hey, come on up here, Miss Bartula, right here.
Oh, okay.
Up here, we got a mic up here. Students, y'all come up
perfect.
here and stand in the front and face the crowd. Okay, don't be nervous. We'll recognize you. Awesome. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
We are TAFE, which is Texas Association of Future Educators. First, I want to recognize our state award winners. We have Rachel Abu, which is following achievement for interactive bulletin board. Middle school, high school, she had the silver award in state, so congratulations, Rachel. And then Caitlin Wise, state bronze award winner for interactive bulletin board elementary and teacher created materials. We also have Jocelyn Pena and Ashley Junkert, which unfortunately couldn't be here with us tonight. We have one more item that we earned, and if I just may read a few things about it. Outstanding chapter this year, our officers submitted an application to state that included our chapter objectives, projects, chapter operations, our area and state participation, and also an administration evaluation. Each portion was based on points, and we scored over 500 points to be recognized by Taffy State as an outstanding chapter. So first ever in Taffy history. Northeast. And then here's some of our Taffy members who will help us. Outstanding chapter. All right, and that's it.
Center under the. Yes, you do have to be in there.
Yes.
All right.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
You got one more. Come on, Dad.
Get it?
Oh, yes, Karen.
Get Wayne. Okay.
You can stay. You can stay.
Okay, thank you all
Awesome.
very much. Thank you
Congratulations,
all.
students.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Base and then basketball. Two more. Base, for art, base, and then basketball. They're just baseball players, but they're back there. No, I think they're just here. I think they're over here. Oh, they're supporting their kid, their classmates, I guess. Yeah. Guess they want to come support. No. Right out here. Okay, art for base chapter. Oh, come on in. Y'all come on up. You can come right over here. We've got a microphone. Students, y'all come up front here.
Okay.
Students, y'all come up and you can face the audience and hold up your paintings there. Y'all come on up. Don't be shy. Stand over here. When y'all came in, you probably saw a lot of their art displayed on the easels out there. Okay.
So,
All right.
first up, we have Avery. She has two
Get a
pieces.
mic for you.
Thank you. We have Avery Chamberlain. She has two pieces, Fruity Patootie and Avery, entered in 2D category for Division III, and she has regional medals for both.
Congratulations. Nice. Cool.
Let's see who's next. Next, we have Madison Timms, who is Division IV with a 2D painting with clay chains. She has a regional medal. Next is Elena Roper. I didn't say the name of your pieces. She has a 2D watercolor painting Peace Within Uncertainty, Division 2 with a regional medal. Nevaeh Howell is next with her painting Ephemeral Bloom. So 2D category, Division 1 with a regional medal. Where is Aaliyah's? I'm missing one. I think I'm missing it. Okay, so next I have Aaliyah Fadipe with her 3D TV cravings. She has a regional medal
That's cool.
for Division 2. Then we have Allison. So Allison Gaddis is not here today, but Presley is holding her piece. So she has a regional medal for Division 3. So last but not least, Miss Presley Frazier has her piece at state, so she does not have it here physically. She did a crocheted dress. So she has a regional medal and an area medal, and we'll see how we do at state.
Okay, we're gonna get a picture.
We'll just come out to the side and that way she can scoot in with her picture and your girls just.
That's one thing I was not good at in school.
And hang on, I think parents want to.
Hold on, one more.
Or is that one guy that does most of everybody else? That was, all right. Okay. Sure?
Congratulations, students. Great job. Okay, we'll come back and do it later. Okay. We already had public comment, yeah.
We can come back. Yeah, we can come back to it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we're good. Let's keep rolling.
Choir.
They did that. No, they're do a different day. Scratch those two.
Those are-
So we're good. We're done with recognitions. Yeah.
Okay, so then.
Make sure.
So we'll move to campus reports now, and then we'll come back to boys basketball because they're on their way.
All right, primary.
All right, good evening. For the primary school, this is our busy season. We had a wonderful time celebrating Read Across America Week. We dress up, it's fun. Now we're in a mix of field trips. The Perot Museum, Yogi Bear Park, we're going to medieval times. That's a great opportunity for our first grade students. We also got some community donations for that. So just hitting the ground running with the end of the year program. So we're excited about coming up on all of that. And then for our teacher of the month is Miss Backmeyer. She is our kindergarten teacher. She is wonderful. She's been with us a few years and has grown so much. Always has a smile on her face, is always positive, always coming in, excited about what data is happening in her classroom. And so just seeing that joy from her shows that she's making a difference on our campus and with our students. And then for our staff member of the month, he didn't come in, is Chief Wood. Chief Wood and I were fortunate to work together at the high school, and then he came over to the primary school, and he has just been a wonderful addition to our campus. He's become just part of the faculty, involved with the students, teachers, does lunch duty, bus duty, and never misses a beat. So we're super excited to have him with us on campus. And then finally, for our student of the month is Rhett Clark. He is a pre-K student in Miss Hoffman's class. He's the cutest little kid. He's mature. He's 4, probably going on 12. He is that just responsible, and so you can always rely on him to take care of his friends and be a great role model. And that's it for the primary school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to do the elementary school board report. Ms. Fox couldn't make it tonight, and I have no idea what's on it, so here we go. All right, so we are currently at 664 for enrollment, which sounds about right. We did just complete our UIL competition, and our kids did fabulous. I was super proud of all the kids that came back and showed me all their awards. And then we did finish up our TELPOS testing already, and then we have coming up, STAR is April 8th for reading, April 15th for science, and then April 22nd for math. We do not have a date yet for open house, but we are working on that. And then we have teacher appreciation, and our field day is still up in the air. So we just finished our Kids Heart Challenge through PE, and the kids worked really hard. They got to do a bunch of cool things in PE for that. What else do we have? Oh, it says we raised $1,576. Hey! Okay, 6 families completed the FINS life-saving mission, which is something that they had to do online. There's different challenges. All right, what else do we have? Oh, all grade levels completed their music programs, and our honor choir for 5th grade is working towards their song for Fine Arts Night. That's cool. All right, here we go. Our student of the month is Miss Jaylee Bowden. She's 5th grade from Miss Lindley's homeroom. She is an awesome kid. If you've not had a chance to meet her, you should come by and see her, because she is super excited. She always has a smile on her face, and she helps all her classmates everywhere she goes. So I really like Miss Jaylee. So I didn't get to have her last year, wish I did, but she is an awesome VES Bulldog. All right. Oh, look at that, Miss Buck. Hey. Teacher of the month is Miss Michaela Buck. She is our 2nd grade math teacher. She is absolutely amazing. She does math and science. It does say that she did a great job transitioning to 2nd grade. As somebody who watched her in 5th and then now in 2nd grade, I think she may have found her niche in 2nd grade. She is fabulous. She is also helping with softball at BHS with everything else that she does there. So we are super glad to have her on our campus, and she is positive and fun. If you've never been around her, she's much like her dad. So,
Not like her mom?
she's like her mom too, but she is super energetic and just, I love having her around. All right, our staff member of the month, Miss Amanda Simon. She is our 7 Mindsets paraprofessional. Last year she did our writing, and this year she is doing 7 Mindsets. It's a blessing to be able to have a special rotation where the kids get to go do 7 Mindsets every week. She also takes care of our campus and all the things that we do. She helps us with our pause events. She helps anywhere that there's a need. She steps in and she fills those roles. She's done a great job at managing her college classes as well as VES, because she wants to aspire to be a teacher. So watching her learn and grow through all the things that she's doing is amazing, and she is also a great example of a bulldog. Is that all we have? I think so. That is it. Thanks.
Good job.
I thought it was already gone. My bad.
They gave me gum because I was coughing, but I'm gonna wait on that. All right, middle school. What's happening at the middle school? Shayla Resendez is one of our 8th graders. She was chosen as the winner this year for the Patriots Pen Essay Contest through the VFW. She won a $150 check, which was fabulous, and will move on to the next round, and could go all the way. If you went all the way up to the top, then she would take a trip to Washington, D.C. So we will see what that holds. We have 2 Taffy students who advanced to nationals, Keely Rios and Jacqueline Rodriguez. They will both be going to Orlando, Florida to compete for TSA with their children's story. We have 45 middle school students and 20 high school students that will be going to TSA state competition next week. And I'm stealing your thunder a little here, sorry, sir. 2 of those high school students are running for state office, so that's exciting. Bo Gaskins is one of our 8th graders. They are competing in the Veterans Day pin design. If the winners, the top 5 of those, I think top 10, I'm gonna say top 10, their pins get created and they pass them out at the Veterans War Memorial, and I'm not sure what town that's in, what state that's in. But anyway, he made the top 10, and so he is advancing to the next level, and we'll find out what that looks like for him. Our advanced choir competed in UIL, and for the first time in over 10 years, they came home with all sweepstakes. So we were excited about those kiddos. 8th graders went on a field trip to the Holocaust Museum. You'll know we do that every year. We had a book fair in our open house right before spring break, and had lots of people show up for that. Miss Hargrove and I will be going to 5th grade this Thursday to start course selections with 5th grade, and our current enrollment is 492. That's what it was then. It has changed a few kids since then, so. All right, our teacher of the month, top one is teacher of the month. Doesn't have a picture because he was coaching somewhere that day, was Coach Cribb. He consistently connects with students through positive interactions, even greeting students at the car at drop-off. He says, "Good morning, sunshine," or "Hello, professor." He's a soccer coach. He's also coaching tennis. Strives to help kids find their way or find their why, or challenge them to stand up for what is right. He has really taken on this year something that we're super excited about, the kids are super excited about. The middle school kids will be competing in soccer. So after track is over, then we have a 4-game with 3 or 4 other middle schools competition with soccer. So the middle school kids are super excited. We had over 200 kids sign up that they wanted to do that. They are not all going to get to because that's too many. But it was something that he wanted to do for them. So they are super pumped. And he's growing his program. So our staff member of the month was Miss Cindy Younger. She is navigating, juggling, and managing so many tasks. I can't even imagine how she is able to stay on top of all those things and keep me in line. She also greets everyone kindly despite how hectic her day may be going. She's dedicated to our school, to our entire district. It's a never-ending job, always ready to help everyone, teachers and students. She saves the day every day for pretty much everybody. And then our student of the month is Brooklyn Royston. Brooklyn is a dedicated and hardworking student who excels both academically and athletically. She consistently demonstrates diligence in her studies, maintains high academic standards across all subjects. In addition to her academic achievement, she's a committed athlete, displaying discipline, perseverance, and teamwork in every sport she participates in. Her ability to balance both academics and athletics with determination and excellence makes her a true role model for her peers. And so we are always super excited to have her. They are not standing on tables. That's the choir room. They're on risers. So that is all for the middle school, unless you have questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the high school, as you've seen a little bit earlier, is our busy time. So we're going to start with Teacher of the Month, and that would be Mr. Thorman. And Mr. Thorman kind of bridges the gap between our regular campus teacher and our SPED teachers, but he also does the same thing for the students. He has a way of role modeling and advocating for those students. The other thing he's pretty good at is his mentorship, whether it be a student or it be a teacher. He doesn't mind sitting down and mentoring, which it goes a long way to the contribution of our community, our school community. So very well deserving. He's a funny guy at the same time. Staff member of the month is Ms. Joyner. Her dedication to students and the staff speaks for itself. And I say that because she's a para, and when you see her in a classroom, there's something innate about her. She is about to finish up her degree, and yes, I and all the other math teachers are already trying to recruit her, because when you put kids in groups and you can let the para do the teaching, that tells you a lot already. So she not only builds the relationship, she's got the skill of teaching down, and she's not even finished yet. So in any kind of math that you give her, she's willing to do. The good thing about her, when I say innate, is she has a way of making the kid get to where she wants them to get. She doesn't give them the answers. She knows how to ask that next question to get them to where they should be, and they realize what the answer is. So hopefully she will stick around. Okay. Student of the month is Maddie Ward, and Maddie's involved in a little bit of everything, and by everything I mean from being a trainer, editor in the yearbook. She helps freshmen out. Never has a bad day. Never worries about someone being left out. She'll just go over there and sit with them. So she's a pleasant child, and she has a plan. So she is trying to live everything she can her senior year. So this year she took something else on, and she tried out for cheerleader. So now she'll have something to do the whole year through, from cheerleading all the way through. We know her best on the softball field. So Maddie is our student of the month. For the activities, I think you've seen a lot of the activities, but baseball has started. And, baseball, you lose some and you win some. But the camaraderie out there has been something different. It's kind of nice to see them in the hallway and on the baseball field. So we've had everything from Candace Adams throw a no-hitter to bats come alive to getting a district win over Hillsborough, correct? So that's a big win for the baseball program. Girls soccer, I was at their playoff game this past Thursday, one day during the break, and they fell behind, and they came back and won 2-1. So they will be in where? Burleson, but they play Benbrook. That's it. So I'll be there to watch that game as well. So first playoff win for that program, and I think they're going to match up pretty good. Okay, so it'll be interesting to watch. Our eSports Tuesday matches have been scheduled, and they've fared well. As you can see, we have more students showing up, and of course they're getting ready. They're priming everything for their big competition in UTA. So that's always a different kind of competition. So they're getting ready for that as well. I think the next thing on there is basketball, and you did see the girls in basketball. So upcoming events, our engineering classes are leaving tomorrow, and they will compete in Cisco. We have our FFA welding competition April the 11th, and some of the projects that they make are just amazing for high school students. They've put a lot of work and engineering into it, so that's always a pleasure to see as well. We have a jazz band dinner coming up in April the 11th, and of course we start with Star, the EOCs, on April the 9th. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Is boys basketball here?
Let me see. Check. Do we know if boys basketball is here?
Do we know if boys basketball is here yet?
No.
They weren't able to make it.
I do not see any boys basketball players.
I wanted to circle back to,
They said.
no,
Okay, we're
okay.
good.
I wanted to circle back to number 4. Mr. Harisis, did you want to speak now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do I need to read this out to you again?
Oh, I got the gist of it.
Okay, so what's gonna happen, I don't want you to feel like we're being rude, but she's gonna time you, and whenever
Sure.
it starts counting down, she'll let you know how long you have left.
You know, 2 minutes.
At 2 minutes, and then, yeah.
It'll be short and sweet.
Okay, thanks.
So I just want to come to you guys today because there's things swirling in the wind out there in the community about possible changes. And I think you see a group of kids in here that indicates what I'm talking about. And before you make a decision that might be for a personal reason, or maybe someone doesn't match up with your specific preferences, look at the faces of these boys before you make a decision like that. I graduated in 1995. I had 4 baseball coaches in 4 years. It damaged me as a young man. Things are going in the right direction again. We had to witness this in the football program where things are going and headed in the right direction. The arrow was definitely pointing up. We made changes. Now the baseball program's doing the same thing, and I fear changes are coming there too. And just remember these boys' faces. Some of these guys are seniors, and it probably won't affect them, but they're still here supporting the man. So when you're making that decision, please look at these faces and keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. We'll go to item number 6, informational presentation by Ideal Impact.
Thank you. Ready? So real quick, kind of who we are. My name's Wes McDaniel. I'm actually the founder and CEO of Ideal Impact. We started 16 years ago. Well, first, I always tell everybody I'm like the least talented human you ever met. I can't sing, dance, draw, do sports very well. Can't do a whole lot of the things these kids just did up here. But I think I do 4 things well. I teach God's word, and I grow companies and grow people and know a lot about energy. So my last startup had grown to 50 offices across 6 countries. We sold that to a bigger company, that to a bigger company, so I was helping run a $30 billion company. And 16 years ago, I really felt like God was calling me to resign my job and give back. So I told my wife that January 2009. First thing she said was, do you realize we're in a recession? And they pay you a lot of money, you want you to stay there till you retire. Then she said, have you prayed about it? Have you sought wise counsel? And she knew the answers. It took me 2 hours the next morning to convince the president of the company I really was leaving. And he said, well, we can't afford to lose you. I said, you got 130,000 employees. I'm sure you can lose me. But that's where we started from. We started first focused on putting money back into Christian ministry. And we said if we could go in a way and put money back in churches by saving energy and do it in a way they don't have to come up with any money to pay for it at all. And so it'd be like a virtual endowment in place. And it went really well. We ended up with some of the top energy conservation people in the world that took 80 and 85% pay cuts to be part of this. And when I say top in the world, like one of them, actually when the head of the Department of Energy in a previous administration was looking for somebody to be an advisor to the President of the United States, they asked one of our guys. You know, the Dow Jones organization for years wouldn't put out an article on energy conservation without talking to one of us first. And I can give you 50 stories like that. I'll go forward. But this stage, we also added school districts in back in 2015. I've done prison ministry for youth for 30 years, and I feel like every dollar we put back in schools is a big deal. And so we said if we could do the same thing for schools that we've done for churches, because by then we've actually hit more than $1 billion back into churches. And so at this stage, we've actually done 244 school districts now. And what we've done there, we'll put over over $1 billion back in those school districts too. So that's our whole goal, is putting money back. And we get lots of stories. I mean, Stockdale, after we did it down by San Antonio, their superintendent said he was getting fussed at by some of the other superintendents in the area. They said, how are you giving teachers the raises you gave them? And he said, well, Ideal Impact came in. We do a lot to pull down humidity and make buildings more comfortable and more healthy. And Franklin ISD was one we did down by College Station. As we went in there, we always do work during the school year after hours, so we never interfere with classes. And so we had done one of their schools, and we started in late August that year. It's when we started the project, and we'd completely finished, and they waited for our team to show up, a group of teachers, and they said, "We don't know how you save energy." He said, "Our buildings are more comfortable than they've ever been, and we don't know how you make it more comfortable and save energy." And we actually cut their bills in the high school down there by 66%. 66%. And the electric company sent someone out to check the meters because they're sure someone had monkeyed with the meters. And I could tell you a lot of stories like that. But our focus now, our goal is to generate $10 billion for education and ministry in Texas. We set it up like it's a virtual endowment, so you don't have to come up with any money. We pay for it all, and we get paid part of the savings. We do a lot to pull down humidity and improve indoor air quality. Here's some quick examples. If you look at these, BTUs per square foot is total energy use. That's gas and electric. And most of the big energy conservation companies would say the best you can get in a school district in Texas is about 45,000. And you can see Louise and Freer there. They, a few years before, had done a 20-year contract where they replaced roofs and lights and chillers and boilers and air handling units and controls. And they got them down to 44.8 and 48.5, and we came in and took them in the 20s. Calhoun County, right on the coast down there between Corpus and Houston, when we talked to them, they said, well, everybody looks at us and says there's no way you can get better than our 36. The president of the school board there had a PhD in environmental engineering, and they'd done everything they could think of. We took them to 26. And you can see there, Kennedale was one of the best we've ever seen us starting, and we still took them from 32 down to 20. So what we've done here, we've been through all your bills, we've looked at your rate structures and rate contracts, we reviewed your systems and controls and looked at everything. And here's what your bills look like here. And of course, you've got two different electric companies. You've got the co-op, plus you've got part of its own Encore. The green up there is natural gas. Most of your heating is natural gas. The yellow is how much electricity you use. The blue is demand. Your co-op here doesn't charge for demand. Demand is based on your top 15 minutes of the month and the top 15 minutes of the year. But the ones that are on Encore that you actually have a rate contract with, they do charge for demand, and demand's a significant part of the bill. The other thing that happened in 2011, the state legislature passed a law that said if you're a nonprofit entity, which of course y'all are, and you can keep your annual load factor below 25%, which just an equation, total kWh by the year on each meter divided by 8,760 times your top 15 minutes. If you can get that below 25%, then what happens, the red part of this graph, the rate actually drops from $5.50 per kW to 50 cents a kW. And 78% of your meters on Encore are on that higher rate. Every school district we've done, we get them all on that lower rate. And we don't even count those savings in part of what we get. That's just gravy to y'all. So here's where y'all are starting out. Y'all are doing really well, better than a lot of districts at the start, but we can still take you down a lot more. And we really think we can take you a lot below that because there's no reason you can't get to where Kennedale is. Obviously, they're right by you, just about. So here's the numbers. Right now, you're spending $450,000 a year on energy, gas, and electric. And we use two savings numbers. We call it basic and committed. And basic's about a B- level achievement, committed's an A-. So the goal is beat A-, beat the committed steward to save more than $139,000 a year. The 15-year number assumes 7% inflation on energy. I actually think it's going to go up faster than that, but you got to pick something. One of the heads of ERCOT wanted me to come down and meet with him in Austin recently, and one of the things he was saying is the highest ERCOT's ever been for the top 15 minutes is 84 gigawatts. They expect to need 155 by 2030. So our grid's got to grow that much. They expect to need 599 gigawatts, going from 85 to 599 by 2039. And that's paid for in the demand portion of the bill. So, like I said, I think it's going to go up a lot faster. And the rest of the U.S. is going the same. We've seen some districts in Oklahoma where the KWH rate for the afternoons for most of the year has been as high as 55 cents at times this summer, which is way more than what y'all are paying. So we're seeing rates go up across the U.S. So here's how we structure it. When we were doing churches originally, we said, you know, most churches don't have extra money just laying around. And we said, if we can go in and pay for the project, what we call 80-20, and they can pay us back out of savings. And they pay us 80% of what they save until we're paid back, and they keep the rest. And if you look at that, so like with y'all's committed savings, $139,000, you'd pay us 80% of that until you actually paid for the project. And then you would keep 20%, but you keep all the additional savings. And you keep all the savings of getting that rate cut on your demand from $5.50 to 50 cents. We don't get any of that. We multiply the amount saved times your new rate. We also don't get any of your maintenance savings. Many of our customers have said they save as much on maintenance as they do on energy. Because if you pull down your energy bill that much, every piece of equipment's running less, and compressors last longer. You know, as you pull down humidity, you solve all kinds of other problems too. One of the clients we did, actually, Christ Chapel's a big Bible church in Fort Worth, close to the stockyards. And as we did it, we walked in there, we presented in May, and they said, what are you going to do about our sanctuary? And I said, what do you mean? They said, well, we have 3 big services back to back, and we can't hold the temperature even in April. We're having to subcool our first service to low 60s to be below 80 by the end of the 3rd service, even in April. And they said, we're about to spend $100,000. They were going to buy a new chiller, additional chiller, and some air handling units. And I said, your problem's humidity. I said, you're spending 80% of your air conditioning tons on humidity, which is leaving 20% for cooling. That's why you can't hold the temperature. And they said, no, we've had all the experts out. And I said, after we reduce this, we're going to drop the humidity to 30% because we're going to pull it down the middle of the night when there's no demand charge, so you're getting cheaper electricity. And that leaves 70% for cooling. I said, so effectively, we're going more than triple your cooling capacity. And they said, well, we don't see how that'll work. And I said, give me 6 weeks. And they said, you're a Class A mechanical contractor. Why don't we pay you the $100,000? I said, I don't want your $100,000. And sometimes they think we're arguing the wrong side of the table when we say that. But I said, give us 6 weeks, we can solve this. And so we started in late May. Excuse me, of course, 6 weeks puts us in mid-July. And you know how much hotter July is in Fort Worth, Texas in April. And they could hold temperature through all 3 services. And we took KWH down from 319,000 the year before to 167,000 KWH. And by August, we'd pulled it to 102. And Encore sent someone out to check their meters too, which we actually get a lot. But the net is, we think we can put $2.8 million back in your district that you can use for other things than the electric company and the gas company. In addition to that, you'll save a lot of other just on maintenance and all the other stuff. So essentially, you don't have to come up with any money. We take all the risk. We get paid part of the savings, so there's no cash outflow from y'all. We get paid part of the savings till we're paid back. Then it puts $2.8 million back in your district. And that's why we feel like we're putting virtual endowments in place all over the place. And what we're doing here, first statement is rhetorical. We've done lots of buildings across Texas as Ideal Impact, thousands of them at this stage. And of course, our core team, we've got 8 of the top energy fellows in the world. We've done many large buildings across the U.S. The biggest I ever did was Rockefeller Center, which is all 9 city blocks in New York City, not just the Central Tower. Average day, there are 250,000 people in those buildings. But we'll start out here on the controls. You got a good control system on 250, roughly 250, actually 9 pieces of equipment. You don't on 98 pieces, so we're going to add new controls on those to give you good remote control. The others, we're going to reprogram it, and we're going to make it much better than it is right now. So it manages humidity better, it lasts better. We're also going to do a lot with your economizer cycles. You've got 71% of your units have economizer cycles, which brings in fresh air when it's can be used. And generally, they don't work well anywhere. And so we change how they work completely. I had dinner with the head of the biggest controls company in the world a while back, and he said, Wes, he said, your problem is you don't understand the importance of service revenue. He said they make over half their profits on service. We've got over 120 million square feet across Texas, you know, right at 1,000 clients. And our annual service call revenue runs about $14,000 a year, about $14 a client. Because I feel like every dollar we save y'all there, it doesn't show up in the savings we count, but every dollar we save y'all there is one more dollar back for the students and for the teachers. We do a lot to pull down relative humidity. As you do that, every room's more comfortable. You know, if humidity, if my wife and I are in a room and humidity is high, if it's 71, she's cold. And if humidity's high and you're cold, it sucks heat out of you. Now, if humidity's low, you know, she's comfortable in there. If it's 71 and high, I'm probably sweating. And if you're sweating with high humidity, you just get wet. But as you pull it down, we're both comfortable. And we've seen so many districts that struggle with mold and mildew problems sometime. And I never name somebody that has mold or mildew problems because they're sensitive, but we did one district not far from here, and their director of operations had been there 27 years. And at the end of the next summer, he said that was the first summer since he'd been there that they didn't have to do any mold remediation at the end of the summer. And again, that's not in our numbers, but it's real savings to our clients. We do a lot to monitor and analyze the results because everywhere we go, there's been places where they hadn't been able to get things as comfortable as it should be, and we solve a lot of those. But we're also looking at every room. How fast does it cool down if it's 80 outside, or 85, or 90, or 95, or 100? How fast does it warm up if it's 60, or 55, or 40, or 30, or 20, or whatever? And every room's different. A room facing east is totally different than one facing west. You know, classroom's different than a gym, than a meeting room. And then we go through all 357 pieces of equipment to optimize those. Because if you don't do that, you know, the equipment's not working as well as it could be. And it's almost like tuning up a race car and not put air in the tires. We've talked about controls, zoning. Every district that we've ever done has had zoning problems somewhere. We can solve a lot of them. We do full weatherization of all the buildings, which we've got a team that's all they do is go through and they're sealing anywhere where air is leaking in from the outside, which reduces humidity and cold or hot. And then Campus Optimizer is a giant deal. It's patented by us, actually. And you look at right now, you've got 357 pieces of equipment. Your maintenance staff are trying to keep things comfortable. We don't know how many rooms you have. 450 is an estimate. And you have more events than you have rooms. An event's a teacher in a classroom or a game or practice or whatever. And your maintenance department right now is trying to keep everything comfortable in a changing environment on a regular basis. They're also trying to pull down electricity use and pull down, I mean, ideally, that optimal load factor, which even if they're a math genius, there's too many variables to do that on every meter. And then the amount of natural gas, the top 15 minutes of the month, the top 15 minutes of the year. By now you can have a team of math geniuses, the relative humidity, the indoor air quality. To do it well, you need to know the ramp times, how fast every room warms up and cools down in every weather pattern, and nobody can remember all that. And then the weather in Texas is nuts. I've lived here all my life, almost all of it in DFW area. And it changes fast. We can have a 20-degree day and an 80-degree day 2 days later. And every time it does, ideally, you're tuning the equipment to the new weather patterns. And then you've got 14 meters, multiple different rate schedules. But that's what Campus Optimizer is set up to do. Every night, it can pull in the latest schedule from every building. Now, you can do the same thing I'm going to describe with 3 mouse clicks, too, because changes happen during the day, I know. But every night it pulls in the schedule for all the pieces of equipment. It goes through and brings in the next 7-day weather forecast, including all the highs and lows of the weather. It runs a 20-level mathematical matrix for every room and every piece of equipment, for every high and low of the weather, and every meter in every building. And then it sends all those changes out into the controls, where now they're resident in the control systems. Capella ISD is one of ours, and we were looking at it last July, and they had almost nothing going on in the schools. And that night at 10 o'clock, every night it updates at whatever time set, but it was 10 o'clock for them. It actually made over 1,300 changes in 3 minutes in the control system to optimize for humidity in buildings that are mostly empty for the next day. And of course, during the school year, there's a lot more changes than that it makes every day. So it's a big deal. Another thing we did with this back in when the big freeze came down in 2021, we got our energy fellows together and said, what can we do to reduce pipe bursts for our clients that are on Campus Optimizer? And because pipe bursts are a big deal. And so we built some new technology. We called every client that had Campus Optimizer at that stage, and we said, you know, if you want this, we'll put it in for free, you know, which obviously is a good price. And pretty much everybody said yes, and we went in and did it. And I was at a school board meeting at Bridge City ISD. Mike Kelly had been a superintendent not far from here before he went there, and Mike told his board, he said, every district around me had pipes burst. He said, the only one I had burst was one in the concession stand in the football stadium because of changes Ideal Impact made. And pipe bursts, you know, even if you've got insurance, there's still a major pain and a lot of trouble. Anyway, you know, we go through, we'll document every unit, every piece of equipment, where they all go, and because most people don't have that. We start training with the first project meeting, and then we train key people first, and we spread it as y'all would like us to. One thing we'd love to do, and some districts do, some districts haven't. We've really developed this in the last few years, but my home's 2,500 square feet, and I live in Grapevine, Texas. And my electric bill, 7 months a year, is $60-something or less. And most people are paying more than $60 a month for electricity. And my wife's retired. She's home all the time. We keep our house at 72. My grandkids are over there all the time, but you know how well that works with doors and stuff. But anyway, you know, we'd love to do a free training at an in-service or for the community night or whatever, just for people in the area on what they can do to reduce energy use in their homes. And again, you don't have to. It's just a free gift. We feel like if we can save each teacher a few $100s a year on energy, we don't do homes, but if we can show them how to easily change that, that's a big plus. I was actually at a state swim meet a few years ago. My daughter's a state swimmer, and I was sitting next to a teacher, and she started telling me about this company that came in and told them what they can do in their homes. And she was just telling me all kinds of stuff. She said, they're called Ideal Impact. And I said, I work for them. And I jumped about this high in her eyes all of a sudden. So, agreement's real simple. We cover all the costs between us and our bank. So you don't have anything you've got to come up with. And I say that a lot, but every once in a while people ask me, okay, so what do we pay? Y'all don't pay anything. Y'all just pay us part of the savings. We can normally get your bills online, but if not, you send them to us, and we adjust for weather and, you know, read dates, but you can do that as easy as we can. It's just National Weather Service data in your bills. We calculate savings on your actual rates, and then you pay 80% of the savings until we're paid back. And the first payment's about 6.5 months after you sign the contract, and then it's quarterly after that. And our bank makes us put in a minimum quarterly payment, but we put in the agreement too, if you don't save enough to cover that minimum quarterly payment, we write you a check for the difference before you ever have to make a payment. So you're never upside down. And then real quick, a few examples, I'm done. When I started this, I was vice chairman of deacons at Church of the Cross in Grapevine. My pastor said, can you do our church? And I said, well, sure. And he said, well, I didn't know if you'd do anything this little. He said, I know your background. And I said, our goal's giving back. And he said, well, there's probably no savings. He said, we're only built 9 years ago. We got a great director of operations. I said, well, we'll take a look. And we looked at it and came back and said, you know, $24,000 a year basic savings and $32,000 committed. And he thought basic was optimistic. He thought committed was a dream. And he said, how long do you think it'd take you to get that $24,000? That's about $2,000 a month run rate. I said, give us 5 months. We just started. We were 4 people back then. We're 160 now, but we were 4 back then. He said, what about committed? And I said, give us a little longer. You can see here, oops, sorry. By month 5, we hit the $2,000. By month 6, we're over 50% savings. And that's a big deal to our church. And our director of finance and I had lunch together recently, and he said they're saving over 60% a year because of what we did. And to our church, that's a big deal. He said compressor failures went down, lots of other things got better. Whitechapel, biggest Methodist church in Texas, up in South Lake. You can see by month 7, 8, and 9, they were averaging about $10,000 a month. And FEMC Richardson was built to be the most efficient building you could build. In fact, I was there when we talked to the trustees, and one of them stood up. He said, "Look, I build big buildings in Dallas. You can't save 40% here." He said, he said, people would tour them to see how energy efficient they are. And we did, of course. And both the electric and the gas companies sent someone out to check the meters here. And then Sweeney had just done a 20-year performance contract where they replaced lights and roofs and chillers and boilers and air conditioning units a couple of years before. We said 21%. They thought that was pretty optimistic, and we're up in the 30s by month 6 and 7. Stockdale down there, they'd been told they needed to spend $2 million to replace the units in their high school, and we came in and solved the problem, and they didn't have to replace them. So they saved that $2 million, but plus their savings is up in the 40s here. Franklin had been paying Train $100,000 a year to keep optimized, and as we went down there, and you can see by month 10, 11, and 12, we're over 50% savings, which to Franklin ISD is a big deal. Now, I've had a few people that play against them in football said they don't need the money. So, you know. Anyway, back to your numbers. You know, the goal here is to come in and, you know, put $2.8 million back into your district without you having any risk or, you know, without having to come up with any money. So what kind of questions do you have?
Okay, I guess I've got 2.
Okay.
We're going to start paying, if we do this, we're going to start paying 80% of the savings based on the numbers that you anticipate. Ballpark figure, how much are you going to invest in Venus with the equipment that you're putting in, and how long is it going to take to pay you off?
So you pay us 80% of the savings you actually get, not what we anticipate, but what you actually get.
Right.
We run about 1% net profit. You know, we see ourselves as a ministry first, but we're a for-profit organization, so we run about 1%. So you can figure what we're going to invest in Venus from that. It's almost all of that. You know, so that's our goal, is putting money back. And then at this rate, if you ran at that rate, it'd take you about 6 years to pay back. Now, most of our clients pay back in about 3.5 to 4 years. Most of them beat those numbers quite a bit. I've never had anybody go longer than 6.5 years at this stage. So.
After that equipment is paid off, what's the split on the profit?
So you get all the savings after that. So we don't get any. Most people decide to keep a coaching contract going with us, but you don't have to. That's about $700 a month if you want to do it. It's a monthly agreement. You can cancel anytime you want. But we do a lot to help out as people are building new schools, or if they're remodeling or anything like that. I always say, let us come in and look at them before you actually, let us help with the design side. We don't do new construction. But like Godly, when we did it, their new high school was at the slab stage. So they're about 6 months from moving in. And we said, let us look at the plans and specs, because we're looking for several things. 1, to make it more comfortable. 2, to reduce energy use. 3, to make it easier to maintain, less risk of failure. But also many times we can cut the initial costs by doing that. I'm not an anti-engineer, I'm an engineer, but a lot of engineers have never had their hands on a piece of equipment. And, kind of like some high school football stadiums, you'll have people in the stands, sure, they can call plays better than the coaches. I may not have that here, but, but anyway, so we told Godly, you can do these changes, it won't cost you any more. Like I said, it was pretty far along at that stage. And they did them, and they finished, and the high school had 177 pieces of HVAC equipment in. So about half of what your district has right now. And they said, how much would you charge to expand Campus Optimizer to that? And we said, we gave y'all all the tools, you can do it yourself if you want to. And they said, well, what would you charge us? And we said $15,000. And they said $15,000 to add 177 pieces of equipment to it. We said yes. And so they had us do it for that. But our goal, I would way rather you build a building that we don't have to modify. And, you know, yeah, we don't get anything on that, but that's okay. Our goal is putting money back. And so that's our whole focus. And so we have that happen all the time where clients are building things and they're having us look at it first. And we say, if you'll go do these things different on the HVAC side, you won't need us to modify it later. And we won't need to do anything during the construction phase.
Is there a finite number of your investment up front? Do you tell us up front the reimbursement is $697,137 and we know that's finite, or is it a rolling number?
No, it's finite. It's $697,000 and whatever the 137. And we don't do change orders. You know, if you go add a new school, that's obviously you would charge for that, but we don't do change orders. So we feel like we've looked at all the stuff already. It's our risk, not yours. You shouldn't have that risk. So, what other kind of questions?
Any other questions? No? Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thank y'all.
Go to item number 7, informational special education update.
All right. Good evening, President Gore, Dr. Torres, and board members. Thank you for allowing me this brief moment to speak with you. I know you have a lot going on this evening, so I'll try to be succinct in my presentation this evening. In June of 2024, we were starting at ground zero with our special education district department. We had to bring on all new hires. We hired a new administrative assistant, 4 new diagnosticians. We're still in pursuit of a hired LSSP. That's a licensed specialist in school psychology. A special ed counselor, we hired a speech therapist, 2 speech therapy assistants, and an instructional coach for teachers. And with the exception of a contracted LSSP, we were able to fill all those positions, which, by the way, we are hopeful in having an applicant. We're actively recruiting an LSSP at this time in order to save the district costs in contracted services. We do have 2 roles that are dually served. That's a special education counselor and an instructional coach. And then our early childhood special education teacher is also one of our speech assistants. So we have been able to save a little by those people having some dual roles. We still have a lot of contracted folks, such as, not a lot, sorry, that's the wrong choice of word, but several contracted folks like our physical therapist, a bilingual speech evaluator, occupational therapy, vision instruction. Those things have to be contracted because they are, we don't have as many students receiving those services. We have built an effective team, and we anticipate retention, and we hope to keep these folks hired at Venus ISD in the coming year. In January, we had already surpassed initial evaluations than what we had at the end of the last school year. So we have not denied any parents or campuses a special education evaluation. So those numbers are much higher this year than they were last year. So we were required to initiate a strategic support plan based on last year's STAR results for special education. There were several accountability pieces. We received a designated level of 2 because of our STAR scores for special education and EOCs. We are required to report activities designed to improve test scores and develop quality in instruction, and we consulted with campus administrators to ensure that the activities we had in the plan were feasible and could be completed in a timely manner. These activities for the strategic support plan are due by the end of this school year. Region 11 came out and did some presentations for our special education teachers to help in the IEP development process. IEP, Individual Educational Plan, that's our special education terminology. We prepared for the cyclical review. A cyclical review happens every 6 years. It's non-negotiable. TEA comes in, they audit our folders and our students. We knew prior to the audit that we had some systemic concerns that would need to be addressed this year. We received the final report on January 31st, which is posted up here, and I will give a brief overview of the audit. We have until December of 2025 to complete our corrective action plan. TEA looked at 24 student records, and also our policies and procedures were reviewed. We'll start with some glows. So Rosie, if you'll scroll to page 5. All of a sudden the sniffles started. On page 5, it's kind of small. Can you blow it up just a little bit? Maybe not. Okay. All right. So our policies and procedures were all 100% compliant. So these you'll find on our website. They're special education operating procedures. We used a TASB template to help us be compliant in that area. So that's one of our glows. Page 10, if you'll scroll. Sorry about the back and forth, but we're hitting the glows. All right. Can you see the page numbers? Okay. All right, a little bit more. Okay, so we have what's called our accountability indicators. They were compliant. This was information that carried over from 23-24 school year. This is, did we do our evaluations in a timely manner? That is SPP 11. SPP 12 is early childhood intervention. Did we get the kids tested by the time they turn 3 and have an IEP in place? And then our 13 is for transition. We did have some issues with that in our actual audit, but as far as the overall report for the SPP, that part was compliant.
What does determination needs assistance mean?
Okay, so what you have for TEA gives 4 levels, 0 to 4 are your rating levels. So if you are a 0, you're in really good shape. It's very difficult to obtain a 0 or a 1 because your STAR scores for special education students would have to be really good. And generally speaking, in all school districts, students in special education typically perform less sufficiently than non-SPED students. So we were a 2, which means we have to have a strategic support plan, but it didn't require the intervention of TEA if you were a 3 or 4. So 3 or 4 is not good. 2 is kind of middle of the road, which a lot of districts are a 2, and it just means we have to have a plan in place, a strategic support plan to try to improve our STAR scores. Is basically sometimes you have districts that are disproportionate in having too many kids in DAP and removals. So those kind of things, all those indicators contribute. So if you ever want to learn more about those indicators for the RDA report, the results-driven accountability, which is what that all comes from, the designation levels come from the RDA report. That's your special education report card. So do you have any other questions there about the DL2? Okay. And then on page 12, we had our successes indicated by TEA. They saw that we had good student and parent participation in our ARD meetings. We had a high number of parents in attendance, which says a lot about the parents of Venus. They have a vested interest in their students. We have high attendance rate. They indicated that we have good systems in place with our staff and their attempts to really support the student needs. So those were pointed out by TEA. That wasn't anything that we said or we advocated. These were just things that they saw from the audit. Another good thing on page 14 was our dyslexia program evaluation. We were completely compliant. We were compliant in all areas. The screening process, we have a really good process for screening. We have Ms. Ortiz really working hard on that at the primary campus. We've indicated a lot of students that need an evaluation because they didn't pass a dyslexia screener. So we've got some really good systems in place for our first graders and our kindergartners. Our teachers have been trained, and we did have a parent information night, so we're meeting all the requirements of our dyslexia program. So that was a really good glow for us. Any questions about that? So let's go to page 5, and I'll try to wrap it up. This takes a little time, I apologize. So on page 5, we had 24 students' folders were reviewed. Now there's 7 areas of priority areas, but there's subsections in those priority areas. So while we were 100% compliant on IEP implementation, the state assessment, we do a really good job of indicating what interventions are done for our SPED students who don't pass the STAR. And then our content and behavior for our IEPs, those were all 100%. But if you break down the other areas, they have subsections of law. So we had 7 areas of noncompliance. Some of these were not a surprise to me. Some of them were based on how IEPs were written and the compliance piece there. Some of it was about processes in the special ed department evaluation staff and how they reviewed evaluation data. So there were some things that were systemic that we've been working on all year and continue to work on. The 54%, you can see how many folders were compliant, 15 of 24 were compliant in the child find evaluation process. So even though we're talking about the 4 areas, we still have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So there's 3 that say 100% and 4 that say however many are not compliant. But the 7, because there's 7 areas, it's subsections of the ones that weren't compliant. That part's a little bit complicated to understand. So what we did is, and there's a table in here that tells you what those 7 areas are. Some were individual errors in compliance, and some were systemic. So the ones that were non-compliant, we have to write a corrective action plan for. We had meetings back in December with parents to talk about this. The parents of the students whose folders were non-compliant already know about that. We had the ARD meetings. We tried to make those corrections, and then we also discussed with parents, was there any harm? Do you feel like there's anything compensatory the district needs to do? And all the parents know that we're working really hard with their students. No one requested anything compensatory. They acknowledged with us that there was an error, and we corrected it and we moved on. But unfortunately, if 2 or more folders are non-compliant in one particular area, you have to write a corrective action plan. Does that make sense? So we actually addressed it with the parents.
And you met with all of them in December?
In December.
Okay.
We had all those meetings before the Christmas break. So parents were aware. We're very transparent through this whole process. I will say that IEP development is a really hard one. It requires just a lot of our internal auditing. We work with teachers, and we find that even with training, teachers are still writing IEP goals that are, the goals are non-compliant, and TEA has really cracked down on that. So that's something we continue to address. We want to help our administrators listen to these things in our meetings and say, that doesn't sound right, or is that a compliant IEP? We'll continue to work with our teachers in that compliance. Yes, go ahead.
Are our teachers writing goals, or
Yes.
are our special education, maybe are they writing goals?
So the
Being
case.
that one of them's been trained in goal writing, and one of them is trying their best to teach an everyday lesson.
They've all been trained in the goal writing. We've had Region 11 has come out and done, if they went through the training, they came out and did additional training. So we're going to start out the year next year with some really, some very concrete examples. It gets very complicated. You might skirt around something. You might think you've really addressed what the state is looking for, but you're skirting around it. And so here are the pitfalls. So we have provided that training, but we find even still with that training, teachers often are still writing IEP goals that are not meeting all the criteria.
This may be beating that up, but I just know I don't know, I'm struggling with the benefit of a teacher writing it over a special ed person that's their job, is to write goals.
So we have assessment staff that are at the R to help ensure the compliance, but they don't work with a diagnostician, for example. The diagnostician doesn't work with the student, doesn't know the student, so they are not capable of writing a good goal or writing a good present levels of performance for that student. The person who knows that student best should be the one writing that goal and writing those present levels of performance. From time to time, you have teachers that are the case manager that are writing these goals, but they may not be directly in class with those students. So that can
that's
sometimes.
Way too deep. I know that'll be in your corrective action plan. So
yes. So we have until December of next year to finish our corrective action plan, and we'll just keep refining our processes. You know, what's difficult is when you can see it coming, when you know you're going to be non-compliant. But these were all records that were done prior, you know, to the new staff coming in, and so what we can do is look at internal audits from my office. When we see things that are not right, then we need to kick them back and say, this needs fixing.
And I know we were already in the audit process when you were hired on. Explain briefly what a properly constituted ARD.
Okay, that's a good
little
question.
hard for me to get because I'm familiar with it, but
yes.
That's a pretty easy one to
Yes, and that's a pretty easy one to explain what happened. So we had contracted folks like occupational therapists and physical therapists that didn't really consider themselves to be the required members of the committee. But TEA will differ on and say, if you're receiving occupational therapy, you should be at that ARD meeting. So what we've instructed people to do, if your people are not all there, if your attendees are not there, you need to table that meeting until you can get them there. We had a couple where we didn't have a CTE representative. We have to have a CTE representative for students that are 13 years and older. So even when they're not in high school, we have to start talking about their plan now when they're 13. So any student 13 starts talking about a graduation plan. Mm-hmm.
So if you have to table a meeting, what does that do for our student? Does it just keep, they just keep having to wait and wait and wait?
Well, if you table a meeting, it's for the compliance piece because we have to have, there are ways to excuse a member, but it has to be in writing with a parent prior to that meeting. And if that's not documented that a parent agreed to excuse a member of the committee, then TA will say it's non-compliant. So if we table it, it might mean let's stop the meeting, get on the phone, call whoever is supposed to be at that meeting. If they can't make it, then we're going to have to reschedule. And, that would be unfortunate for a parent, right, who's taken off work. So we want to avoid that at all costs. So we do have systems in place, calendar invitations. There's really no excuse for people not showing up to a meeting. And we have some pretty good processes in place. It's rare now that we have someone that's not there.
I have 2 questions for you.
Yes.
Can we go back to the training that we had with, did you say special ed and gen ed teachers were all put through that training?
No, it was for the case managers. Region 11 came in and did IEP training so that they would write good present levels of performance that tied to good IEP goals. So we were non-compliant on how those goals were written. They didn't feel like they were measurable. They might have had the criteria, but they didn't they weren't explicit enough for if 5 people read a goal, they should all be able to understand how you're going to measure that goal. If 5 people are reading the goal and you don't all agree on what's expected, then that's not a well-written goal.
Okay, and that training you said was done at the first of the year?
It was done, I think, more towards middle of the year when Region 11 came out. They came out to visit with folks who had already been through the training, so this was like an extension.
Okay.
So we'll just keep refining the process and just keep training. And I'd like to have our administrators trained too, so that when they hear the goals, that they'll know that's a non-compliant goal. Can we reword it? And those are all things that can be done in the meeting.
And then last question about folders. So I see that we've pulled like 24 is
Yes.
what our sample size was.
Yes.
Just knowing that in certain areas of those categories, what are we doing as far as being proactive? Are we going back and looking, because now we see that we have a percentage of these folders, just the 24, and we're meeting with parents, those parents, and let them know. But what is our proactive goal of reviewing all of the other folders where we may have additional errors?
That's where we need to be looking internally when that paperwork is processed and it comes into our secretary, getting her trained, and myself going through folders. In a previous district where I worked, where I managed 1,000 special education students, I audited every folder. It was a lot of after hours, so it's a matter of training other people. We have worked with our diagnosticians to get them to help rewrite goals. Some are more experienced than others because some have had more special education background, but we do have a couple of diags that are special education certified, but they haven't been SPED teachers.
And so I understand we're going back and reviewing the folders
Yes.
that we have. We're doing our own
Yes.
to be proactive. Okay.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Anything else?
Any other questions? No.
And there's a whole table that explains. It breaks down the TAC and the TEC. You know what sections were non-compliant, and that's in the report as well. And it indicates which ones were systemic and which ones were individual. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can we get a copy of this report?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity. I have really, really enjoyed my work here this past year, and it's been a real blessing. So I love Venus ISD, so thank you all.
We'll go to item number 8, presentation of ESS substitute system data. Mr. Martinez.
Good evening, President Gore, Dr. Torres, and board members. We're just going to cover, I know the board has been asking about the data regarding ESS, and as you know, we've been working with ESS closely this year, creating more of a strategic partnership. So we do have some data we want to present through their PowerPoint that we have. So if you could go ahead and start that, Rosie. So this first slide basically shows year-over-year absence request comparison. Basically, that's saying from school year 22-23 to currently, how have our absence requests looked? And you can see that 22-23, we had a significant number of absence requests. And then in 23-24, of course, that was last year's, our first year as a 4-day school week. And some of the absence requests started going down. And then this year, the absence requests have gone down a little bit more. But the significant part is that yellow line up there is that even though the absence requests have gone down, in 22-23, we had about a 46% fill rate. Last year, it really dipped down to about a 36% fill rate. And this year so far, we've climbed back up to a 53% fill rate. And then campus fill rate comparison. So here, once again, you can see it by campus, and we have the primary, elementary, middle school, and high school. You can see the primary, we've had about a 62% fill rate. And then in the elementary, we have about a 52, the middle school about a 55, and the high school is struggling a little bit with a 48% fill rate. Of course, mathematically, you normally have more staff members there, and you also have a lot more activities going on, extracurricular and things like that, that sometimes it's hard to fill those absences. So lead time is critical, I think, when you look at it. And you can see, for example, in 2023, which is the chart down here at the bottom, when you look at lead time as far as like somebody calling in an absence the night of, the morning of course your fill rates are going to be low. That's reality. What you also want to look at, though, is how successful are you being when you have at least a 24 plus hour lead rate. You can see that in 2023 we had a 46% fill rate. That's not good. But this year we have able to increase that to a 74% fill rate when we have a 24-hour lead. So that's been a tremendous significant change there.
Going back to that, it looks like all of them have, it's improved a lot.
We have improved a lot. I mean, you're going to have your spots here and there, of course, but overall there has been improvement. Just like with our students, we want to see improvement. We're always going to aim for the top and get to the very top and ensure a mastery, or let's say here a 90 to 100% fill rate, but we're working on that. And then if you could go to the next slide, please. So once again, with fill rates comes, well, do we have more people who are actually subbing in the district? You can see in 22-23 we had about 33 active subs. And then we hired about 25 that school year. Last year we had 66 active subs, which we hired about 28. And this year, as of right now, we have 77 active subs, and we have hired 49. And I know sometimes we go back to that age requirement that we have. Those are other issues I think can be examined later on. But overall, we have increased the number of subs working in the district and the ability to hire people. And we have set up a schedule with ESS to where as people come in and are getting orientation and getting signed up, they provide us with a list of doing background checks so that we can immediately start getting those people to where they can go through the rest of the onboarding process with ESS. And this is how ESS also recruits. They post jobs on Indeed, use the social media page, local flyers, signs. I know we've discussed the possibility of putting signs up, for example, at the beginning of the school year and during different recruiting periods with ESS to put signs up locally that let people know we are hiring subs. We just want to make sure that we're not also, I would definitely check with the principals. I don't want them, just say, hey, we're going to put signs up in your campuses and you guys may not feel comfortable, or maybe you have other traffic or activities going on. Those are the kinds of things where you have that ongoing communication with campus principals, make sure everybody's on the same page. Here's a area pay rate comparison as far as what Venus pays the subs and what some other local districts are paying. For the most part, we're pretty competitive. Of course, Mansfield, you can see that they're just paying at a higher rate overall. And of course, they're about 4 or 5 times the size of Venus. But in general, you do have about a competitive pay rate. Of course, we would love to try and do more there. And I think if we could probably be even more competitive. But right now, that is the data that we have. And so how does this break down in terms of considering later on, contracts and things like that? So the price markup for a sub is 36.5%. And so a sub who is making $80 a day with a 36.5% markup ESS is going to charge us $109.20 for that sub. And then you can see how it looks for a certified sub at $90 a day. It's $122. So the difference here, when you think of it in terms of doing an in-house and things like that, is that we are not having to worry about payroll taxes, general liability insurance, workers' comp insurance. All that's being offloaded by ISS and being taken care of in that way. So what I want to stress there when we're talking about the amounts is, you can see we're looking at probably spending right now, we're spending about $100,000, a little over $100,000 a year. Of course, if you get more subs, you're going to spend more money on that because you're having more subs in your on your campuses. But the kind of going along towards the other piece of looking at other providers. Couple of things with the other providers. One of the other providers that we were seriously engaging with was not willing to get on a cooperative, so that kind of put them out of the equation or out of the game there, and so that was something that impeded their being considered more seriously. Another one of the providers, Swing Education, is willing to get on a cooperative. They still have not done that. They're looking at that with their company. These are companies that are new to doing business in Texas in the Metroplex. They may have one or two charter campuses that they're working with, but they don't have any true ISDs that they're working with. Which the good part is there is that if they eventually do get on cooperatives, they are willing to be very competitive, and in talking with ESS is here, and they know that there are other competitors out there that can be considered. But right now, based on the information we have, the data we have, and the availability, ESS is being considered as later on discussing contract discussions with them. But overall, what we have seen is progress. I think I was engendered this year to take that on, and I took that seriously, and I think we have made some progress, and hopefully it'll continue. But definitely I want to thank the board on that aspect, as being new to working with substitute providers and having that kind of engagement. But also I think that it was a good thing to partner with the company itself and having those monthly meetings. We were having monthly meetings and discussing the pros and cons, the good, the bad, and the ugly, keeping our principals informed, trying to support our principals in that way so that we can just continue our progress there.
Is this a discussion item?
Yeah, it's discussion.
So, just love the data, 74% fill rate with a 24-hour notice. Is there anything we could do locally to, I'd probably say, let's just go low number, I'd say 50% of our absences that are put in are something that we know about a year in advance, if not a season in advance. 'Cause a lot of our extracurricular people that, for some reason, just don't put it in. And here it is. I mean, this has been on the basketball, softball, soccer, football schedule for, since July, and here we are the day before the event, and we put it in the night before at midnight, and we can't figure out what, so although holding ESS to the fire, there's also, have we discussed anything interior that could to help encourage or encourage them to make sure they put those in?
Well, I can tell you just, I know that we've been having those discussions with the principals, especially where we have extracurricular, for example, middle school and high school. And I know, for example, Ms. Buck, she's been really diligent on that. She's been working on that, having those critical conversations with teachers, because, they're the ones that are going to see it every day. They're the ones that are seeing those absences. And then, of course, if it becomes an issue where it's a pattern and it's now beyond a principal working with the teacher and trying to build that partnership of saying, we're working with you on this, but now we're getting to a point where this is going to be an issue, that can impact their evaluations. And so, yes, those are conversations that we've had with the principals also.
I would say, just thinking about, we have an athletic director, we have a girls athletic director, we have a band director, we have each a fine art director, everybody has a director. Do we do monthly, excuse me, do we do monthly reports that say, in your department, 78% of the absences weren't put in on time, and then now give them, I don't know if I'm just spitballing here, if we kind of held ESS's feet to the fire and demanded a lot, But maybe, you know, looking at that chart, that was a new chart as far as the 24-hour stuff. That was really eye-opening as the 75% are
But,
filled. If they-
but everything you're saying are good conversations, because that allows that dialogue to now start and say, hey, we've gotten this far now. Now what other things are we going to put into place to get it more proactive in terms of getting fills?
Any other questions? Anyway? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to item number 9, presentation of Johnson County REACH.
That would help. And so yeah, we're here to talk about some of the programs that REACH offers. REACH Council has been around for over 30 years, serving Ellis and Johnson counties. We primarily work in the school districts, but we're not limited to the school districts. We also work with community partners, community coalitions, local businesses, local government, things like that, to do a lot of different programs to help essentially work on growing and building up protective factors and limiting the effect of risk factors. We're a prevention education organization primarily. We have a big focus on substance misuse prevention. If you're not super aware of what the idea of prevention is, am I able to scroll down to the next one? Yeah, I think this one's in a PDF form. Basically, the idea of prevention as a science is not something that's been around very long compared to some of the other sciences that are out there. If you scroll down to they got a couple quotes that I like to put in here just to show that the idea has always been out there, the idea of prevention. You know, Benjamin Franklin put it this way: ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. He was actually talking about fire prevention, but it still applies to prevention in general. One of the great things about prevention is that it's not limited to just one lane or another. It's a very broad, encompassing idea. If you scroll down to the next one, that's a quote that's been around for a few thousand years. Superior doctors prevent disease. Mediocre doctors treat the disease before it's evident. Inferior doctors treat the full-blown disease. So again, the idea of preventing something before it becomes a problem, it's pretty common sense, right? I mean, I think most people understand that. As far as making it a effective policy in trying to limit the impact of some of these unhealthy behaviors and unhealthy outcomes that are out there, that's where it's still kind of new in a lot of ways, but it really comes down to risk and protective factors, like I mentioned. The risk factors, what are the things that individuals, families, communities are exposed to or have to deal with that make it a higher likelihood that they're going to have some of those negative outcomes that we ideally want to mitigate? And then what are the protective factors that can protect people from the effects of those negative impacts? Like I said, they can vary on what those impacts are and the extent of those impacts. But the more protective factors you have, the less of an impact those risk factors are going to have. So even if you have people that are dealing with a lot of very challenging situations in their individual, family, community lives, if you have a lot of protective factors like education, good school systems, good community that works together and cares about their community, that can mitigate a lot of those effects. If you can scroll down or roll down to the next one. Have any of you, or most of you, heard of ACEs, Advanced Childhood Experiences? That's a lot of people have heard of these types of things. Essentially, there was a really comprehensive study that looked at why certain health outcomes seem to impact certain groups of people more than others. So they basically looked at a lot of different risk factors and determined that the more risk factors that these people had in their lives, the higher likelihood were to have some negative health outcomes. Really interesting study, really enlightening in a lot of ways. Not perfect, but gave us a lot of good direction to kind of see how the things that especially youth experience in life, the younger they experience things, the higher likely they are to struggle with other things that we don't want them to have to struggle with as they get older. Not an end-all be-all by any means, but a good piece of the puzzle to try and understand of how we can, again, mitigate those risks. If you can roll down to the next one, please. So again, what we also found out, and what we've been finding more and it's been gaining more traction, is the positive childhood experiences. That's those protective factors that they can lessen the effects of the ACEs, those negative effects. The more positive community, positive family experiences, positive adult safe role models that people have in their lives can mitigate a lot of those ACEs that are out there. So they can kind of balance each other out in a lot of ways. So that's kind of, again, the overall idea of the risk factor versus protective factor, and that's what the core of prevention is. If you can go to the next one, please. So how do we address risk and protective factors at REACH? We have a lot of different programs. I've been with REACH for 11, 12 years now. Been very lucky to see it grow to what it is today. We were a lot smaller when I started, and fortunately we're able to expand a lot of our services and offer a lot more than when I first started. So it's been exciting to see. If you can scroll down for me. So basically we do a lot of our prevention education through, they can be one-time presentations, they can be curriculums, they can be positive alternative activities. These are all protective factors. Doing the more that youth and communities are educated and aware of the effects of things like substance abuse, the importance of mental health and in addressing some of these things, how those have a relationship, the substance misuse and the mental health situation, how there's a relationship there that can set you on a different course depending on kind of what, again, your ability to deal with those situations are. So a lot of what we do is we focus on some of the education component, but it's not just drugs are bad. It's not quite that DARE was a big part of that. I grew up with DARE. DARE worked for me. It scared the heck out of me. I remember DARE clearly from when I was a kid. So it's had some great impacts in its own way, but the research has shown that it doesn't work with everybody. We've shifted the focus more to building up those life skills. What are the reasons for people leading towards substance misuse, for example? If people don't have as many goals, if they don't know how to deal with peer pressure, if they don't know what a healthy relationship, friendship looks like, if they don't know how to manage their emotions, those are things that make them a higher risk. So we work on educating on those protective factors, those life skills, to then lessen the likelihood of getting involved in some of those unhealthy behaviors. This is just a list of some of the presentations we do, the ones we do most often. Again, you'll see a lot of substance misuse focus, but also a lot of presentations that also focus on, again, how to manage and how to build up those protective factors. It's not a comprehensive list, but it's just to kind of give a general idea of the things we get requested for the most in the other school districts and other communities that we work in. You can go to the next one, please. Basic rundown. Our presentations are pretty flexible with what a school district or a community partner needs. We can adjust it, add to it, take certain things out, and work with whatever that school district wants or that community group wants. We have a vape escape activity. It's kind of goes around the idea of like an escape room, but it's a lot of different puzzles that they work through that educates them on some of the potential health effects of vapes. And as they work through the various puzzles and activities, they are educated on what some of those potential negative health outcomes are and how to come up with alternative healthy options instead of pursuing vaping. Go to the next one. So one of the other things that we do outside of just presentations is we do curriculums. Our curriculums are all approved by the state. We're primarily state funded, so we follow all the laws of the state, all the policies of the state. Any curriculum we offer has been approved through the state, all evidence-based curriculums. So they can be a little bit more time, have a higher time requirement than a presentation or even a couple presentations have, just because that's an evidence-based component. We have 3 primary kind of groupings of those curriculums. Universal, basically what that means is you're going to want to do it for, say, the entire 6th grade. So you're going to go to all the 6th grade classes, whatever the schedule would allow, say maybe a health class or a science class or something like that, and you would basically give it the number of sessions. Can vary depending on the curriculum. It can be as few as 8 or up to 10, or what most of our curriculums tend to be. But you would do the 8 sessions in that one class with the idea of meeting with the entire 6th grade. YPS is a selective program. So basically that means parents, teachers, counselors, someone feels that a student would benefit from a small group setting, working with a trained facilitator that is, again, kind of focusing on those life skills development and really just focusing on that. Those groups are 6 to 10. They're about 10 sessions long. You can go to the next one, please. So we also got our YPI program. This is the program that we use in a lot of our alternative education programs. So basically these are the students that have already kind of had a few unhealthy outcomes, and we're trying to work with them and prevent further unhealthy outcomes. So this curriculum is about 6 sessions, right? 6 sessions with that one. And it's focused mostly, like I said, doesn't have to be just in the alternative side of things, our alternative school side of things, but that tends to be where we tend to focus the efforts on that program. Then we do have another brand new program as our family program. This is a universal one, so this is any families that are interested. The goal of this program is really increase relationship and bonding within the family. We walk through how to have some of those difficult conversations that come up with adolescents and young teens, and really just walk parents through and do role playing and help give them the tools to work through some of those challenging conversations, challenging situations that many parents experience while their youth are going through those adolescent and teen years. Go to the next one, please. So this just kind of gives a general breakdown of basically how some of these evidence-based programs work. If you are interested, I have lots of data for each individual program. There's cost analysis of them, of how prevention can save money. Every dollar you put into prevention can save anywhere from $10 to $20 that would go into, say, other programs that are more recovery-based. So if anyone's interested, ever wants that information, we have the information of the TEKS that apply to our curriculums as well. We have all that information as well. I don't put it on here too often because it's a lot of data, and it can be overwhelming, and we tend to have it more specific to that particular, if that school is interested in a certain grade level, we can give it for that grade level as opposed to all the data for all the programs all at once. But essentially, like I said, prevention, one of the neat things about it is that it doesn't just cover substance misuse prevention. It covers teen dating violence, has a lot of the same risk and protective factors. Suicide prevention has a lot of the same risk and protective factors. There's a ton of overlap between what risk factors put you at risk for these things and what protective factors will help protect you against those things. Next one, please. And this is just a overview of the YPS curriculum. It goes in a little more detail about what that small group looks like, the number of sessions, all the topics it covers. You can go to the next one, please. This gives an outline of the types or the names of the different sessions that go into it. When we do, if the school ever is interested in a curriculum, we put together a parent letter that we send to the school that they can review, and we also give a good outline about what is covered in each session. We also give our contact information, so if parents want to know more, they want to learn more about the curriculum, want to learn more about what each session is covered, we're very transparent about everything that we'll talk about in that session. We let the students know. We're not counselors, so like we let them know that we don't have confidentiality as far as those kinds of things go, that if we talk about it in that group, the children can tell their parents all about it, and we want them to, because we want them to engage in conversation about what they're learning. So those parent letters kind of give that basic breakdown of what that looks like. And we do require a signed consent, or at least consent from a parent to be able to do the selective groups. For the universal groups, if you want to go down one more, our policy is to have opt out. Now we leave it up to the school. If the school wants to do more, we're more than happy to go with whatever the school wants, but we always do at least an opt-out option if they're not interested. And same thing though, even with the universal option, we give them an outline, everything that goes over, links to the site so they can dig into it more, our contact information if they want to know more about us, the facilitators, the agency, and what the curriculum is going to be. So that's just a little more detail on one of the YPU universal programs. You want to go down? And again, that's kind of some of a breakdown of the session topics that they go into. So it's called life skills training. So as you can see, it's a lot of life skills based topics. And then we can go down one more, please. And then positive action is another one of the curriculums we have. All of our curriculums for the youth prevention selective ones, so the small group ones, they're available K through 12 essentially. The majority of what we do is elementary schools, just because that's what the majority of schools ask us for. But they can be across kind of that spectrum. For the universal programs, again, yeah, technically they can go across kind of the spectrum of grades and ages. The majority of what we do is middle school and some elementary, some of the older elementary ones. And those are kind of the most common requests we get. So there's another breakdown of what some of the overall topics are for that other positive action universal program. I want to go down to the next one. And then the blues program is the indicated. So that's the one that we do in the DAP setting the most often. So again, this is going to be more of that age level that are going to be in those programs. But again, there's a range of what kind of can work within that. If you want to go down one more, and that's kind of a breakdown of what the different sessions are, what they cover, what it addresses. And so again, you can kind of see like a repeating pattern that it really focuses on those life skills and building up, the ideas of, how important your mental health is when it comes to these things and how to give you alternative options. Again, it's not just these things are bad, so don't do them. It's, okay, these things are unhealthy, this is why they're unhealthy. So these are some positive alternatives to what you can do in place of those unhealthy things, and how can we work towards thinking about things in a more positive light and thinking about the more positive choices we have out there. You can go to the next one, please. And this is the family one, Guiding Good Choices, the name of the family. You can go down to the next one, and it kind of has the breakdown of the sessions. This one can be in person or virtual. So sometimes we do like a hybrid where we might do a couple sessions in person just to kind of get to know and get people face to face. And then if we have people coming from a lot of different areas, we can do virtual for a few, or sometimes we do in person and virtual at the same time. So it's one of the nice things about the family one is we try to do the best we can to really make it as convenient as possible. Have dinner, we provide dinner for it, and other incentives and things like that to encourage families to participate. So then our youth recoveries program. So this is the one that is technically on the recovery side of it, not necessarily the prevention side of it, but what it does is it focuses on youth that are looking to get into a sober lifestyle, have had some of those unhealthy outcomes and are wanting to shift focus and realign with some of the healthier choices. So it is a peer-led group as far as the youth recovery leaders are going to have either some type of lived or familial experience with the youth substance or challenges. So they work with youth anywhere from 13 to the age of 21. That's one of the things I actually like a lot about this program. A lot of these programs will kind of cut off as soon as someone's 18. There's a lot of big changes when you turn 18, and to be cut off from a program that is kind of helping empower and give you tools and resources can add to an already stressful situation for some. So this actually goes to the age of 21, so we can keep working with those young adults as they're transitioning into jobs and schools and trainings and things like that. So this is just some of the options. They do a lot of really fun activities, do a lot of fun. It's a optional program. It's something that keeps growing. We also, in addition to working through some of these services that they offer, there's a family component as well with this. So it's not just focused on the youth in it, but also the family as well. So we have a family liaison that works with the families, trying really kind of have those wraparound services. So that, because again, you just focus on the youth, that's only one piece of the puzzle. The family is usually a big part of that puzzle as well. So, we give resources to families as well. The family program I talked about earlier, we do that with them as well. So that's another training tool that we have to kind of incorporate families into that process. You can go to the next one, please. That's our youth recoveries team. So you can see them. They've been working with us for a while. And that's if you ever want to make a referral, it's got the QR code on it. So students or staff or parents can do that and follow that referral form. And go to the next one, please. So one other program that we do have is our Tobacco Prevention Coalition. This one does have a primary focus on tobacco products vaping. This is one of the programs that really is more school and youth led. We have our staff members that help coordinate it, but the goal is to get youth leading this program. It's a youth coalition, so we want the youth to participate and take ownership of it, and really be that voice in their community, that voice in their school, to talk about wanting to make those healthy choices. So that's one of the neat things about it. It's not just staff or adults telling youth what to do or how they should do it. It's the youth coming up with the ideas of, social media initiatives, different activities to get alternative healthy activities to get youth involved, and really again just really be the main focus is their voice, and that peer-to-peer messaging is super important and a key focus of this. Part of what we have some trainings that we can do through the TPC, through the Tobacco Coalition as well. So this is what some of those trainings are that focus on specifically the vaping. We've used these programs as well with some of the ISS programs, with the laws that require the vaping outcomes to send students to ISS. We've used this for schools. Our staff can do it. It's also got a self-paced option that they can take it and use it as they need to, however the school wants to kind of incorporate that or initiate that. But that has a nice simple process that can be utilized as well. Just some of the community programs we do a prom pop-up. We did 3 of them this year, which has been really neat to see this grow. So basically we get prom dresses and suits donated from individuals, from companies, whatchamacallit's one of the big ones, and then some other retailers will donate us the clothing items, accessories, shoes, and we basically rent out a space and let students come and pick out prom apparel. We have an education component with that to kind of go over some of the programs that we do, but really it's more about them just having an opportunity to have an affordable prom experience. And that's something we do for free. All of our programs are free. That's the other thing to kind of put out there. We don't charge for any of our programs because we are primarily funded through grants. We also work with a lot of local law enforcement to do the national drug takebacks. They do those twice a year. So we participate in those to help keep reduce access. That's the purpose of those, reduce the amount of access for expired, unused medications. And here's some of our social media options. So feel free to follow those, check out those. We have our podcast, and you can always check that out. Have our newsletter, so if the school is interested in keeping up on what we do, we're happy to share that and put that out there. And then, yeah, that's some of our information. So like I said, y'all have this presentation, so it's got our contact information on there, and we're happy to do what we can. We're flexible to try and work within schedules. I know fitting anything in an already packed schedule is a challenge. So we're happy to kind of work with y'all where you're at, and hope we can provide some of our services.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
So you said you have the blues program, which is consistent for like RDAEP, and you do 6 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
But if a student is in there for 30 days, how do you consistently get those 6 sessions? Do you go once a week, or do they continue going after their 30 days in DAEP?
So generally, unless
My voice is not very loud, but we would recommend that we could have them for 6 weeks, but if it was something that, if you had enough students, we could do something while they're on their normal campus. We can still meet with them. Your campus isn't that far apart that we could still have those groups, if that makes sense.
But we wouldn't just have like 1 session and then they get out the next week and we're done with them, is what I'm asking.
not generally, no. We're gonna try and work with what your counselor that's coordinating what they have already established, and we're going to try and work within that schedule, if that makes sense. Because sometimes it really depends how often we go, is really up to kind of what the school and the staff and availability is. Some schools we go once a week, some it's every other few weeks. Depending on the time of the year, that can increase potentially depending on when that's going to happen. If even for the students that might go a little past the 6 sessions, we do other education presentations that can, any of those individualized presentations we can do and add that to. So if they're going to be there longer and they want that consistency of us coming once a week or however many times a week it's decided. So.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming and doing the presentation.
Thank you.
Go to item number 10. We will go into executive session at 8:05 for 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. Got to item number 11, reconvene from executive session at 9:16 p.m. Go to item number 12, consent agenda. Did anybody have any questions? No, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A motion by Amber, seconded by Greg. All in favor? Motion passes. Go to item number 13, consider approval of teacher and staff contracts for the 25-26 school year. Do we have a motion? As presented? As presented.
I'll make a motion to approve teacher and staff contracts as presented for the 25-26 school year.
I'll do the second.
A motion by Amber, second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion passes. Go to item number 14, consider approval of substitute system contract with ESS for the 25-26 year.
I'll make a motion to approve the substitute system contract with ESS for the 2025-2026 year.
Motion by Kirby, second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries. Go to item number 15, consider approval of innovative course, general employability skills. Dr. Morgan.
So this course will replace a career exploration course we currently teach at the middle school. Career exploration is required TEKS for students in middle school. This course is a CTE weighted course, so that we would get CTE weighted funding for students enrolled in this course. So it allows us to cover all of the required TEKS for the career exploration while giving kids a better, broader scope of the CTE courses. The teacher has agreed to work on the certification that's required, and it's just a general CTE certification.
Anybody have any questions? No, do we have a motion?
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
You said that teachers agreed, is that we're gonna have to, how are we gonna get them certified? If it just comes with a general?
He would like to take a certification called technology education, and so we're going to provide him a test prep course and book, and then he'll take the exam.
Any other questions?
Is this somebody that's already fully?
Yes, he currently teaches the career exploration class.
He's not gonna fall under that DOI change at the state?
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Any other questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Joe. Do we have a second? Second by Greg. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 16, consider approval of the academic calendar for the 25-26 school year. Mr. Gatewood.
Okay, I am back again, once again, after getting it right this time, I believe. Before I talk about, Ms. Gonzalez, you see the PowerPoint? Okay. Before I present the calendar recommendation to you, I want to talk a little bit about the calendar committee. I want to recognize the tremendous job that they did during this here process. And I have two members right here, Mrs. Sanchez and Mrs. Messmer here. Mrs. Messmer, in fact, she brought her whole fourth grade team there, stayed after school Friday and worked through them. They developed two calendars that either one would work. One was 153 days with 5 minutes added. One was 155 days with 2 days added. The reason for that add, because we had to add the additional 840 minutes that's recommended by the state. That was a reason for adding 5 minutes or adding 2 days. But they did a tremendous job. Once that was completed, we sent that calendar out in a survey to the school community to get their input, to see their thoughts on it. And I do have that here, the results of that survey right here. We had 120 respondents. As you can see, 94 of them chose calendar A, 26 chose calendar B. Breakdown was 44 teachers and 50 non-teachers that chose calendar A. Calendar B was 13 teachers and 13 non-teachers. And this goes right along with the recommendation that the admin would like to suggest that we approve calendar A for the school year of 25-26. I want to talk a little bit about that overview of calendar 153. The first day of school was August 6th. The first semester has 77 instructional days, the second semester 76. The last day of school is May 21, and the graduation is May 23rd with a bell schedule of 7:40 a.m. to 4 p.m. extended at 5 minutes. As you can see, it is a balanced school year. It is pretty much a balanced school year between the first semester and the second semester. We have 2 grading periods for the first semester, and we have 2 grading periods for the second semester. We return back from winter break January 6th. Major school breaks. Now, the biggest thing about the major school breaks, they're congruent with our Hill College, because our students take dual credit classes, because we want to ensure our breaks are at the same time as Hill College, so our kids aren't being double tapped while they're on break having to do work at their dual credit classes. So those are our major breaks. It also includes teacher development days. We have new teachers reporting July 28th and 29th. We have pre-year preparation. That's when all the staff return back to campus, and we have some mid-year PD days built in. We have 4 of them. We also have a contingency plan. With this here calendar, we have the extra 900 minutes built into the calendar. The state requires 840, so we exceed that. But we also have those bad weather makeup days planned. We have 3 of them. As you can see, it's a pretty good calendar. It gives us 153 school days, 76,500 minutes. The state requires 75,600 minutes, so we exceeded by 900 minutes. First semester, 77 days. Second semester, 76 days, and we have 4 grading periods. Are there any questions at this time regarding the school calendar recommendation?
Any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to advance the A calendar as you presented.
Motion by Greg, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries.
You have to say D though, right?
No, sir.
Go to item number 17, consider approval to change fiscal year start date to July 1st. I know we, what?
Heard that wrong.
Oh, okay.
So I presented on this last month. So according to TEA, the board has to approve if we can change our fiscal year to July 1st, beginning in the 25-26 school year. So our fiscal year this year, current year, would be September 1 of 24 through June 30th of 25. And then next year would be July 1 of 25, ending June 30th of 2026.
Anybody have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Donald?
Yeah, start date is school year July, the fiscal year.
And we have a second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 18, consider approval to join Texas Department of Information Resources.
Yes. Guess I needed my steps tonight. This is just another avenue for cooperatives. So DIR is very popular, especially with the technology world. So it's just another tool in our toolbox for having cooperatives to bid without doing a formal RFP to speed up the process when we need items.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Got a motion by Joe. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 19. Consider approval of Canon copier lease and service contract.
Good evening, everyone. This is a recommendation from the Campus and District Administration to recommend renewal or continuation of a contract with Canon. We've been with them for the last 5 years and have had a good situation. I've reached out to every principal and department director on ways that we can cut back and make some changes throughout the district to save money. All 4 campuses are going to have 1 fewer copier, and all principals are happy with that decision. And so that's allowing us to have some significant savings compared to what we would have otherwise had. We're also doing some things like reducing the number of color copiers that we have in an effort to try and save money and reduce the amount of money that we're spending on copiers. Should save about $5,000 a year just on the lease of the equipment, and then if we keep running at current levels, save an additional $5,000 a year. But it's likely that we will save even more than that because we'll be printing less in color. Any questions?
I guess we were spending a lot of money on Chromebooks, which was supposed to pretty much minimize the need for paper copies. What progress have we had? I don't understand why we're still making so many copies yet. Every kid has a device in his hand, and most of our textbooks are digital nowadays. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what progress we've shown.
I could speak in generalities on that, but that's really a question for instructional leaders and campus principals. Ideally, yes, we should spend less money on copies because we have devices in every student's hand. I do think you have to balance that with screen time. I wouldn't necessarily want my child to have a screen in front of their face for 8 hours a day at school. And so what I would hope that teachers do, and what we when we have professional development is find a variety of activities for students to do. With elements of online, some things could be paper, and other things you don't need paper or a Chromebook to do, like a lot of AVIS strategies. And so I know that's the desire. That's what I see in terms of the professional development that the district offers. But in terms of what's actually happening in classrooms, I can't speak to that.
Can we make a request at this time? I would love to see some data on the number of years we've been in one-to-one and how our copy budget has looked, where we were on paper and copies on, what are we doing, 10 years now?
It started, well, as far as one-to-one, I'd have to go back and look on that. It started with one-to-one at the high school for a few years, and then with the advent of COVID.
I'm just curious to see the data on, this is one of the points of going one-to-one on the investment was that was going to greatly reduce our paper budget. I'm interested to see what our paper budget and what our copy budget has looked like over the last 8 years compared to one-to-one. Not that I'm talking about getting rid of one-to-one. I don't want anybody to think that. I'm just wanting to see that savings. Thank you.
I probably didn't fit into your presentation. I apologize.
I'm pretty curious about that too. Wouldn't hurt.
So with that, Randall, were you wanting to table this?
No. I was just.
You just want that information, just to have that information? Okay.
One of the selling points of one-to-one back then was, imagine all the money we're gonna save on paper, and then if our paper usage has gone up since then, then.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Got a motion by Joe. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 20, consider approval of interactive display purchase.
All right. I told you I'd be back with more purchase of this, and it didn't take us very long to get to that point. So our request is to purchase 22 interactive displays. It's the same model that we recently purchased, I believe 19. Ms. Buck wants 19 for her campus, and that should get the rest of her classrooms equipped with the same equipment that all of the non-new classrooms just received. So her campus will be universal with the interactive displays. Mr. Camacho would like to purchase 2 more to take care of core classrooms, and then Coach Friedel would like to purchase 1 as well to use with film.
What budget does this come out of?
All of the ones for the middle school are being paid through grant funds. Mr. Camacho's for the high school are being paid. It would normally be paid with campus technology funds. This year they don't have that account, and so the technology department is kind of taking that on for the campus. And then for the athletic department, it would be their supplies money.
So the majority is grant.
Absolutely.
You should really lead with that.
Sorry.
Does anybody have any other questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Donald. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 21, consider approval of student Chromebook purchase.
All right. And so the recommendation I'm bringing to you is to purchase 500 refurbished Acer Chromebooks at a price not to exceed $95,000 or $95,500. While that does sound like an extremely large amount, I was kind of flabbergasted at the deal that we were able to get on them. I think we're paying around $160 per device, and that includes a 1-year warranty on that. And these are devices that we would expect to hang on to for at least 4 years. And so $40 a year per device over their useful life, and then anything we get beyond that is just icing on the cake. We would normally not bring a purchase like this to you at this time of the year, but due to tariffs, it's kind of lit a fire under us to try and get these purchased, because we anticipate that the market for refurbished devices is going to go up in the same way that brand new devices have already increased in price. And so we're trying to get ahead of that curve a little bit so that we can get the price benefit.
And you have this money in your budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these needs for additional or replacement?
It's a replacement. This will let us retire about 450 older devices. I think right now we have 14 different models of Chromebooks. Some of that is just how we've had to purchase them over the years. So some years we would love to buy as few models as possible, depending on how much money we have. Sometimes we have to take whatever deal we can get. And so it lets us clean up our fleet a little bit and simplify things on the repair side of the house, so we don't have to stock parts for as many devices. And then that also lets us expand the number of devices we have at the primary school.
Is there any chance of having the ones you're replacing sent for refurbishment? Is that, or are they just
the ones that we have were already refurbished when they got to us. In the past we've done a mix of purchasing new and refurbished. This year the way our needs and the costs of new Chromebooks worked out, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to pay 2 to 3 times the cost for what we don't really expect to have for 2 to 3 times as long.
Yeah, I was just curious if instead of just getting rid of them, if they could be refurbished for,
In general, you could almost look at it like we probably refurbish each device that we get rid of a couple times throughout its usable service life. And so when a Chromebook gets damaged, it gets turned in, and then eventually one of our technicians takes a look at it. If it's repairable, it gets repaired. If not, it gets retired and then gutted for parts, and those parts get used on the next device that comes in. So a lot of the devices that we have, especially that are upwards of 5-6 years old, have probably had multiple keyboard replacements because little fingers like to peel keys off, and screen replacements and things like that. So a light refurbishment is what we do in house.
Is there an existing schedule for disposition, and like every year we're going to need computers? Is there a schedule on like high school, middle school, elementary, how we do that rotation, or is it just as needed? Because it's really going to be a yearly purchase.
It is, and it has been. There is a document, but I'm not satisfied with it currently, and so that's a part of our summer project is to really hone in on what that looks like. It's a need that we know we're going to have. There is likely going to be a need perpetually to purchase additional Chromebooks. Right now, buying refurbished devices seems to make the most financial sense for the district. But I anticipate for the next 2 years, unless we have a massive enrollment, we're probably not going to be buying 500-600 devices each year. It'll probably dip down closer to 200 to 400 devices.
These ones is the big kitty. They're not just for the high school or anything like that.
Correct.
I mean, the old rumor is the high school eats everything, so that's why I wonder about a schedule of is this year high school replacement, is next year elementary, next year middle school, next year, or is it just kind of?
We try and pair the devices with what needs they will meet instructionally. These particular devices are touchscreen. We didn't necessarily set out looking for a touchscreen device. What we did set out to do was to increase the future-proof devices a little bit. And so every Chromebook that we currently have for students has 4 gigs of RAM, which lets it run web pages fairly well. But when you start running some complicated web pages on a device like that, it starts to slow down a little bit. Websites are only getting more complicated, and so we really wanted to focus in on devices that had 8 gigs of RAM. So that's what we're going to aim to purchase from here on out, so we can slowly turn our fleet over and have more capable devices for our students. Because these are touchscreen, they tend to be a little more useful at younger grade levels. We also tend to see devices, because of the way that they are used in those classrooms, students don't necessarily take them home. They also tend to last longer, but because they don't have as many issues, and they're well managed by the adults in the classroom.
Any other questions? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the student Chromebook purchase.
Motion by Kirby. Do we have a second? Second by Joe. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, wrong one. I wrote it in the wrong place. Go to item number 22, consider approval of the purchase of lawnmowers.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to request that maintenance be allowed to purchase 2 John Deere Z9330R zero-turn lawnmowers that are 72 inches for the price of $29,019.12. Reason being, the current ones are 9 years old, and it has a hydrostatic drive pump issues. That is what's going on with them right now, and they need to be replaced.
Did we get quotes?
Yes, ma'am, we have 3 quotes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All the quotes from John Deere, or are you looking at multiple brands?
We got it from John Deere, sir.
Is there a particular reason why we didn't look at Bad Boy or anything else?
Actually, sir, he did look at a few more. We have Kubota and some other ones that he looked at also. So we did look at some other ones, just that he wanted the 72 inches one. Only one that offered the 72 inch was the John Deere one for that price. If you buy them at Marketplace, they're normally $16,000 a piece. We're getting them for roughly around $14,000.
Just curious, what's the need for the however many inches we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
It's faster. Yes, ma'am.
I know this is gonna sound like a picky.
That's okay.
Did you look? I know because I've looked at those commercial models, and those commercial models aren't anywhere near 14,000. I'm wondering why how they came up with. I mean, those are $8,000-9,000 mowers, commercial motors, the Graveleys and the Bad Boys, and they're all the super. I mean, the thick blade, the thick decks, and I'm just wondering. I guess it sounds like I'm being critical. I was just curious how we came up with 29,000 for 2. When
Yes,
in
sir.
my mind I could.
It does seem very high to me,
Well, I was
too.
thinking the same thing, because we own a lawn company, and we didn't pay near that much for 4.
Okay.
We have, 62 and 49. And this is how many?
72 inches.
I know you're the deliverer of the information, so I was just curious as to whether the due diligence was done on quality and or we just stuck with John Deere because that's what we had and as we like, or.
I know, sir. When I put the other 2 quotes there, and I did tell Mr. Lisby, I said, could you go back and get me 2 other quotes? And it was right around the same ballpark, maybe $1,000 difference. And I also verified that looking up on the John Deere website, and they were $16,000 a piece actually on the John Deere website currently for that particular model.
I don't doubt John Deere.
Yes, sir.
There's a reason for the, but no.
They're green for money.
Yes, sir.
Like Harley Davidson,
Is this an immediate need, like a?
Well, as we're going up a grass, what's going on right now, it is an immediate need, because what happens right now, the lawnmowers, they overheat, then they have to shut it down for an hour, start it back up, overheat. In fact, sometimes when this here happens, they lose power steering capability.
Where's this funding coming from?
Outside of the maintenance funding, ma'am. He has it in his account. Reason being, it was over the $25,000 limit to purchase it outright.
Anybody have any other questions? No? Do we have a motion? For anything?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the lawnmowers.
Motion by Kirby, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Greg, all in favor? I would just like to make a comment that with it being so much, maybe they just now broke the lawnmowers that, because it is, I guess, mowing season now, but maybe with something so big like that, if we just had a little bit more time to maybe look at it and sit on it. I know right now it's an immediate need and we gotta start mowing probably tomorrow. So I totally get that, so. Move to item number 23, certification of unopposed candidates for other political subdivisions.
Certification.
So this is because our candidates are running unopposed, right?
Just certifying all the unopposed candidates.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to certify the unopposed candidates.
Okay, we have a motion by Amber. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Go to item number 24, consider approval of order of cancellation for Venus Independent School District School Board Trustee Election, May 3rd, 2025. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to consider approval of order of cancellation for Venus ISD School Board Trustee Election, May 3rd.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries.
I still wanna have it.
Oh, it's too late. We already
We'll
voted.
wait when you're up for election.
Right? Item number,
I already voted to cancel it.
item number 25, consider approval of the appointment of election judge for the general election of May 3rd, 2025. We
I'll
have the
make a motion
bond.
to consider the approval of the appointment of an election judge for the general election, May 3rd, 2025.
Motion by Amber, second. Motion by Kirby, second by Amber. All in favor? Motion carries. Item number 26, consider approval of local policy changes as listed in policy update 124, including CAA local, CDA local, CY local, DH local, EHB local, EHBB local, FFG local, GKA local. Do you have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Got a motion by Amber. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Joe. All in favor? Motion carries. Sorry, a little delayed. Item number 20.
Can I go back in 26 real fast? Was there anything in local, did it all come from a direct legal change?
What's that now, sir?
We just threw a bunch of locals in there. Is that all,
That's all from legal that we had.
it's all directly stuff we're required, we didn't,
Yes.
From the
I don't wanna ever say the
TASB.
word sneak in
Yeah.
there, but is there some,
Yeah.
yeah. all right.
Like on the agenda, there's like a document that also, it's a lot.
Yeah, I read some of it.
Consider approval of matters related to personnel, resignations, employment, position, or contract amendments.
I'll make a motion to approve matters related to personnel, resignation, employment, positions, and contract amendments.
Motion by Amber. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kirby. All in favor? Motion carries. Go to item number 27, reports. What? Oh, 28, item 28, reports.
Okay, we've got a couple of reports here. Ms. Page is going to give just a little update here. We are in the middle of budgeting and planning for next year, and so she was going to give just a short, quick update on a couple of things that we're working on right now.
Good evening again. So, just a couple things, what we're working on and what's going on in Austin. So, first in Austin, Senate Bill 26 for teacher raises would give teachers with 3 to 4 years of experience would receive a $5,000 raise, and those with 5 or more would earn $10,000. That's been approved in the Senate, so that'll move over to the House. House Bill 2, they've gone about it a different way. They're got an increase in basic allotment from $6,160 to $6,380. Current law states that 30% of that increase would be for salary increases. 70% of that 30 would be for teachers. Neither one has passed both chambers yet. We're thinking that we should see some movement in the next couple of weeks, but more to come. But that's kind of what's out there now of the two avenues.
Dumb question.
No questions, dumb.
What if they both pass? Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility.
Yes,
Anything's
yeah.
a possibility in Austin. It's a
Yeah.
possibility, but probability is no.
Right. And I just want to interject, if you've been following the legislator long enough, these bills, if you go back, these bills that are written, sometimes they go through all the committees, all the amendments, and they come full circle, but rarely that's the case. 2 years ago, there was a bill written by Ken King that was supposed to be for teacher raises, and it went all the way around and it died. And so nothing happened. There were no vouchers, there was no raises. So I'm not being a pessimist because I'm an optimist, but I've been watching what the legislator does very much so. So this is what it originally is. Once it travels all the way through there, you could see some movement here and there, but it could go all the way to June. They've already said there's going to be at least 2 to 3 special sessions. So I've had teachers and people ask me about this. Hey, I hope that's the case, of course, because it's about time that Austin and the legislators have done something. But just know that as this goes through the process, it could not look anything like this.
Yes.
And I just want to, I've been a big proponent of teacher raises. I don't want to consider this the teacher raise. Every district in the state of Texas is going to get this exact same thing. So if every teacher in the state of Texas gets $10,000, we're still the third lowest paying district according to that last survey in the state of Texas schools our size. So I just want to keep in mind that this doesn't replace, even though they're technically getting a raise, it's the same raise everybody else gets. So Kennedale now pays $75,000. We're still 10,000 plus behind. So.
Some school finance news, according to a TASBO study, and TASBO's Texas Association of School Business Officials. About 80% of districts adopted a deficit budget for this year, and we were one of them. About 63% of the districts anticipate ending the fiscal year 25 with a deficit. So 17% are thinking that they'll shore it up during the year and not have that deficit. Still, 5 years ago, we didn't adopt deficit budgets. Approximately 80% of districts indicate that big budget cuts may be necessary in fiscal year 26. 42% of the districts do not anticipate being able to provide a raise for their staff without help from the legislature with budget cuts. The other 48% said they could offer raises, but by making budget cuts. So that's just kind of what's going on around the state. So 25-26 budget, what are our goals? A balanced budget, assuming no new money from the state. So we're going to assume that they're not going to do anything, and if they do something, that's great, but we're going in it with thinking that they're not. I'm by no means saying that we're giving this salary increase. It was just a number so that you kind of would know where it would be. If we gave a salary increase for all employees at a 1%, a 1% costs us about $300,000. So a 2% is approximately $600, and you can do the math, but that kind of gives you a starting point of what it would cost. Where are we in the process? I met with all the budget managers prior to giving out their allotments to ask them what they liked about the past, how they'd done things in the past, just to kind of get to know since I wasn't here. Campus budgets were given out prior to spring break, so they have those. Department budgets will be given out next week. We're reviewing all class sizes. We've got the potential absorption of different positions, and we're evaluating all programs. Any questions? comments? Yeah.
About that Senate bill. This is just purely my infancy and ignorance in education. The 6160 to 6380 increase at the
On House Bill 2, yes.
That's, what is that?
So right now, current law is $6,160. If a student comes,
That's per student
Per pupil.
yes,
that
that if they show up 100% of the time per year. So if they show up 95%, you only get 95% of that 6,160.
Okay, so that 6380 would be per kid per year.
Yes,
right?
yes.
If they're here 100% of the time.
If they're here 100% of the time.
Okay,
Be-
in a fantastic world where everybody shows up.
Well, we
God almighty.
we laugh about that, but Texas is only one of 6 states that funds this way.
Other districts,
Well,
or other states do, by the
And the
way.
reason I said is even at
That way
a
it's no
perfect
matter
world where
what
everybody
your
showed up, that
choice
30% is $220. Or that
kid,
difference
yeah.
is
Yes.
$220.
Right.
So the bill's saying that 20% or 30% of that $220
Hmm.
increase per year
Yes.
would
Has to go to raises.
Has to go to raises,
has to go to raises, and of that, 70% of that has to go to teachers.
You got it.
yeah.
$46 a year
That would be the minimum that we'd have to do
compared to the 5,000
on the Senate bill side.
Senate bill side. How are those? Okay. I just want to make sure.
That's the House and Senate for you, man.
I just want to make sure I was correct on
Yes.
whether it's per year, per day, per what.
Yes. Yes. Any other questions or comments?
When we talk about potential absorption of positions,
Are we talking about teachers?
yeah, I don't know how to
Yeah,
ask that without asking that specifically. Like,
Yeah.
are we looking, I know we talk about this
Right.
kind of often,
This,
but
yeah, this would not, I'll speak to that, this would not be cutting any teachers. You know, if you look around, there's districts, you know, closing schools, cutting teachers. This would be looking at, which is what we did last year as well, looking at when a staff member leaves, we look at that position there. We look at what the class sizes are there. We're at a 15-to-1 ratio right now. Student to teacher, we're 15-to-1 ratio.
and the only reason why I say that is because obviously a majority of our employment is teachers, which is what we will typically see come and go, which is why I ask about classroom and absorbing positions versus looking at, because I mean, just logistically, they're going to be in classrooms, teachers, aides, things like that.
Right. So what we said, for example, let's say you've got a teacher that's got 13 in one period, 15 in another, 11 in another, 10, 9, 15. We have some class sizes that are like that. They're very, very small, very, very small. And so let's say that teacher left. Well, then you would take those remaining of those students, you would divide that amongst the other teachers, and their class size would maybe go from 15 to 18. And so remember, up to 5th grade, 22-to-1 is the recommended ratio. Okay, if you go above 22-to-1, then you get a waiver to go above that at the elementary level. When you move into middle school and high school, it's very common to have higher class sizes than 15, 18, 20. You don't have to get a waiver. You can put 50 kids in a class. We wouldn't do that. But as I said, our ratio right now in the district is 15-to-1, which is it's great. It's an extremely low ratio.
And just food for thought moving forward, because we are still talking, what you're talking about now is still teachers. 15-to-1 class size, those are teachers. So I would like for us to be that mindful when we have positions that we're having people move on in other areas, whether it's admin, sped, technology, maintenance, etc. Like, it's not a one-to-one, even though that department might be smaller. Is there a true need? So that's just what I want us to be mindful of is, yes, we have a huge amount of teachers where a classroom might be smaller, and if we don't fill that teacher position, then we do ask more of those teachers, and we're still not giving them raises, asking them to do more. Just historically, we take all those departments, regardless of what their size and
Right. And that's
into
what we're doing
consideration.
right now. Part of the process is we've been meeting with our different departments and looking at seeing who's in the department, what is the need there, looking to see, efficiency, whether it's a teacher in a class, or whether it's someone in maintenance, or someone that's serving behind the kitchen, or someone that's working at transportation. So yes, we're looking at all that.
Is that the snapshot data that we're getting 15-to-1?
from TEA?
No, that's just that's our information with our,
We have CTE classes at the high school that are 6 or 7 kids in a class, and then you got other teachers who have 26 kids in a class.
right.
And
So,
all that averages out to be 15 to 1.
right,
When you take all the classes that are
right. So I've met with each,
small, then, but then if one school has 3 teachers that leave, and now all those other teachers, those are the 22 year classes, now those become 27, but hardly any people leave at the high school, now all those CTE classes stay at 7 or 8. That's the crux, and they're
Right.
not getting, well, they'll never get the money they deserve, but they're not,
right,
it's hard, it's gonna be hard. I agree with those
Yeah,
data. I
yeah.
agree that the raise is gonna be a very difficult thing, but 1% or none.
Yeah.
And we're increasing our class size.
yeah,
More on their load.
yeah.
I don't, here's more work and technically less money because insurance is gonna go up, so just like this year where there was more of a pay cut for most people overall, but I just didn't know.
Right, yeah,
we
so,
keep saying that 15
no,
people
so
out there,
that's
but-
district, so every campus is different. So I've met with all the principals, and so that we're looking at that. We're breaking it down to algebra. We're breaking it down to technology class. We're breaking it down to CTE. We're breaking it down to first grade, third grade. So we're looking at, so yeah, it looks different at every grade level. And I just gave you that big number, what we average at,
We
yeah.
just keep repeating that 15 to 1. I just think
Right.
that's something that.
Yeah, that's just as a district.
Classroom every day, 15 to 1 is an average of, elementary and middle and
Right.
primary are locked in. They can't have it without filing a waiver, but
Right.
high school, middle school is not capped. So,
Right.
There's a lot more classes at the high school that are like outside that spectrum a little bit where
Right.
class sizes are, some of them are 4. We got class sizes of 4 in there. Well, that 4 turned to a 26. That averages out to be 15 per class.
Right.
That's not the case. That's
Right.
the little details.
And that's why we're also looking at the programs that we're offering. And one of the things with CTE, there's, obviously we have to have different pathways for our students to be able to take. And so we've been working with Dr. Morgan, quite a bit on that, Mr. Gatewood. Just looking at, every CTE strand that we have, what we're offering, how many sections we have available, how many kids are in there. But that, CTE, that throws a different wrench into it. It definitely does, especially at the high school level.
Well, that was my second question about evaluating all programs. Is I don't want to know if it's a hypothetical question, but I want to know who's evaluating all programs, because we've got programs that have been super low participation for years, yet we still hold on to them. And I get it, but even P-TECH tells you there should be an evaluation every couple of years of if it's not producing anything, then it's not a strand we didn't add. And I get we added, I can't say that lady's last name, but but it just seems like every year we just keep going on like we've always gone on, and those class sizes are still super small. I'll end my lecture.
Any other questions? Any other questions or comments? No.
Okay, so what's next? So, you're okay. You're okay. We'll be calculating the estimated revenue. Our certified preliminary property values will be here by April 30th, and that's what we will base the budget on. And then we'll do an amendment if we need to after we get the certified in July, because we get that after we're going to adopt the budget this year. We're continuing watching legislation and what it means for Venus. Continue to ensure we are being efficient in all departments and campuses. So all departments and campuses will be looked at.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Sorry.
No, you're good.
No. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gatewood, you got anything?
Yeah, sir. I know Ms. Crafton requested some stuff from DAP. I know. Did you get that updated manual, ma'am? Okay. So I will send you that updated manual, okay, on that there. What you'll see in that manual, there was stuff added, such as counseling going over on a DAP, because Mrs. Rourke from the middle school, she's now a certified counselor. She goes over to DAP and provide counseling to the students over there. The manual The handbook went down from 15 pages to 11 pages with a lot of repetitive things in there. Wanted to ensure that it is matched what was exactly online, because there's some stuff that just was not matching up. You're right, and we did make those corrections to it, and we are offering counseling over there now. The piece we would like to add is the drug counseling that's offered through Reach County. That is the biggest piece that we'd like to add, because most of our students at DAP are there for drug and vaping. Those are most offenses there. Okay, and I will get that to you. Okay.
Did we put anything in about kids not getting reviews at 10 or 15 days?
Yes, ma'am, I did put that in there, and you'll see at the bottom of it, students are reviewed at the halfway mark. Should be getting reviewed at the halfway mark for that student. So review put.
And then my other question about the always charging the child with a felony without giving any type of way to take care of that.
That's not a DAP question, ma'am. That is something like a law enforcement. Okay, but I will get you the answer to that. I don't know what determination that the law enforcement uses here to whether charging a student with a felony, but I can refer to Chief on that and get him what makes that determination. Because as an administrator, we don't charge students with felonies here, like Mr. Gatewood or Mr. Camacho or Mrs. Buck. That's not within their scope. Everything we do is administrative.
Okay, so my question with that is, Chief, is it in our handbook that first offenses get charged with felonies?
There's not a school district handbook that says what that is. That is criminal law. You go by what the criminal law is that the person is offended on.
Because I think when I was doing my research, we're the only one in Johnson County that does felonies at first offense.
That's something we can discuss and we can look at.
I just know that puts if it happens, and I'm just saying, if it happens, Donald has the youngest kid in, well, Kirby does.
He's 10.
If he comes in with a vape or something and and that goes with him forever, it can really adhere to a child and it can make them turn worse instead of going down a different path. I know that some kids out here do not have the means or the financial means to take care of that like some others do.
Well, but don't bring drugs to school.
Well, I understand that.
That's a pretty simple fix.
I agree, but we already have a drug issue, and if we're not doing it, the drug issue at secondary schools is extreme.
I get your point. And
Yeah.
I just wanted I want to be clear that
No,
there is a way to keep from that being on your record.
Absolutely, and I agree with that, and I think
Can I clarify? You said, so I assign a student for 30 days. They'll be reviewed at 15?
Yes, sir, it is correct. Students are reviewed at the halfway point. Now, that doesn't guarantee that student's coming back. That depends upon that student's behavior or the DAP, the campus administrator recommendations. That's not saying, hey, we're sending them back at
So
15.
regardless of their offense, they automatically get reviewed for
Yes,
possible
sir.
early release at 15, at half of their sentence?
Yes, sir, and that's pretty typical. Most districts, they review them at halfway point. But that's not a guarantee that you're coming back. It all depends upon, again, the recommendation from the campus, the recommendation from the DAP team, and your behavior while you're over there. And we've have some students that have been released early, not really at the halfway point. They reviewed them at the halfway point. They did return some students back at like the 25-day mark, stuff like that, sir.
I'm just going to be clear. So we're taking it out of the administration's hands. So normally I would say it's a 30-day placement. It's a first-time offense. 30-day placement and review at 20. So now you're taking that out of the administrative hands and you're saying it's a 30-day placement review at 15 because
Yes,
it's
sir.
in the handbook.
Yes, sir, at the halfway point. But that's not guaranteed they're coming back. It's not totally at the administrator hands. I'm never going to tell an administrator he has to take that student back. That is totally up to that administrator that is on that particular campus. No, I don't want that student back, and we respect that
You are
administrator's
telling that
decision.
administrator now they have to go back and justify why they're keeping that student who committed whatever. Now they got to make the decision twice to the parent to discipline their child.
I know, sir. I don't take it out of their hands. I'm always going to respect that administrator's opinion. If they said they're staying, they're staying. I'm not going to say, okay, never override administrator. They know their campus
But
better
I
than I
stand
do.
by my statement.
Yes, sir.
I'm placing your child in DAP for 30 days.
Yes, sir.
So I've got to meet with you and tell them I'm putting them in there for 30 days. You're not going to be happy as a parent. Now I've got to meet with you again at 15 and tell you that I'm not going to let him out at 15 like we did other kids. So I'm having to meet with your parent twice to make the same discipline decision that I made, that I shouldn't have to remake already. Whereas the first time I said you're in 30 days, a review at 20. I make that as an administrative decision. I'm clarifying, I'm not saying that y'all.
What keeps the consistency though? Like for the administrators, like if you're making the decision, again, this is, I don't know either way.
Yes, ma'am.
To me, hearing the 15 mark is consistent. Every single child gets the review at 15. I can see, not you specifically, but an administrator saying, depending on what kid or what they deem the offense to be, whether it probably should be a little more. But if you're saying 30 days with a review at 20 for this kid,
Well,
because
normally we would do that at the beginning, like when the offense happened, this is the third offense, therefore they're not gonna get a review.
No, sir, no, sir.
Well, and I was
So,
gonna ask
or
that too.
it's a first offense, therefore I'm gonna give you, I may give you a review at 15 or 20, but it could be a 20-day placement.
Yes, ma'am. Our reviews are only for first-time offenders. If you're a second-time or greater offender, you don't get a review. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Exactly.
What I was saying was the papers that were being handed out when you go take your kid to the school, or you go take them and drop them off, and you get that intake, that paper said you got a review at 15, but the handbook online said you got a review at 5, 10, and 20. So it was saying here you only.
For
get
all
15.
offenses or just first offenses?
But that's what I'm saying, it was completely, and it said we didn't offer transportation on the one that we did at intake.
Yeah.
But online, it said we offered transportation.
You just get into that gets into a hairy deal of
Yeah.
why this kid got a review at 15 and this kid didn't get a review at 15, and it's a similar offense. Well,
Absolutely.
in the investigation, you lied to me over and over and over and over again. It took me 6 hours to do. You were very disrespectful. That added to your placement. So you don't get a review as opposed to the other kid. But what the parent sees is little Johnny, who happens to be Anglo-American, got a review at 15, or other little Johnny who happens to be of a different race or a different sex or a different creed, then they didn't get a review, and that creates a very.
So I have a question for that.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is, and we're talking about first time offense, not second and third, because that was
correct.
one question. So thank you for that clarification. At second and third offenses, we're not doing reviews.
No, ma'am, we're not.
So when we talk about a review,
No, ma'am, not second and third.
they have to serve their time
Yes.
assigned. So on the first offense, when we talk about a review, is it just a checkpoint, just to like take a look at all of their behavior? It's not a guarantee, and I think is that expectation being set with the parent.
I'm in the weeds. I'm assuming you ran this through the principals and they were good with it.
It's already in our book, sir. It's already it was in the handbook to begin with, and already on the website.
It was
to
written
begin
two
with.
ways. So
Yes, sir.
I'm just
Written two
wondering-
different ways.
So
It
we
wasn't
finalized
consistent.
it in one way. We've met with the principals and all the principals have known about the changes, and they've been.
Yes, sir. The principals have been meeting with students for return early ever since I've arrived here, sir. It's just it was
all
inconsistent.
4 principals have been met with and specifically discussed the new wording in the handbook.
It's always been in there, sir.
The handbook,
The
the
handbook
work
is
is,
always
the
been-
handbook's not new.
But the DAP paperwork said one thing, the handbook paperwork said another, like Ms. Dady said, or Ms. Grafton said.
handbook hasn't changed. It was the paperwork that changed.
So what have we been, what have we been following? The paper or the handbook?
We've been following the paper, ma'am.
And not the handbook.
Okay, so there was a change. So there wasn't a change to the handbook. We changed the paper to make it consistent with the handbook or to match the handbook. So technically, there was a change because we were following the piece of paper, not the handbook. Did we meet with the principals and let them know, hey, we're actually making this match and we're following the handbook?
No, we did not, ma'am. That change was recently. That changed
Okay.
there. Within the last board meeting, Mrs. Crafton requested that we get some consistency with the handbook and what's posted online. They're just different. That change was just recently made.
So the paper said we would meet with them 3 times if it was on a 30-day placement?
No, the paper says you get a 15-day review. Online says 5, 10, or 15.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but the online also said we provide transportation, and the paper says we don't. So. if you
Okay,
take it out of
so
the
online,
handbook-
is online the handbook?
No. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Online is the handbook, but we changed the paper now.
Okay, so now so to make sure, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, please ask
So,
away.
whatever it is, you're only getting 1 meeting at the halfway mark. So if you're 20 days, that's 10. If it's 10 days, it's 5. So that's where the 5, 10, 15 comes in.
Yes, ma'am. We can.
Okay.
I would say here, if we're going to go to this, I would say just make it the halfway point. of a student. That's traditionally what you see normally in other districts is the halfway point, because some districts, for instance, 30 days is not just a standard thing that you would see. There's some offenses that a student may be a DAP for 60 days, maybe there for 45 days on a first offense. It all depends upon what it is. So the halfway point is probably a good way to put it in there. Vice stating just days in there. Vice stating days.
So that's how it's in there now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's halfway point,
No, ma'am. It's right now it's just 15 days.
regardless?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're in there 20, at 15 days, you get the review?
Yes, ma'am.
So who is we? Because clearly the principals were not involved in the discussion of finalizing and updating this handbook, which discipline is solely the job of the campus administration.
Yes, sir.
And they weren't consulted about any changes, as minor or as major as they would be. Who is we that determined? I just that I know y'all have heard it from me 1,000 times. I don't know how many more times I got to make the point. Especially that is their one of their main jobs is to distribute it fair and discipline, and we're making a decision based on that discipline and not even consulting them. Whether it be making some ridiculous decision or an update or just a clarification, but it just seems like that's a 30-second meeting of, hey, here's all 4 of y'all. This is what we're thinking about doing. Give us your thoughts. And now you can say, yeah, we consulted, we collaborated, and we call that collaboration, and we came up with a good deal. I agree with Ms. Grafton on the, and I don't have an issue necessarily if that's something they decided on, but that is their job. Our job at the administrative level is a grievance. I mean, I just don't understand why we've taken that out of the administrative hands, and we've made decisions for administrators that's one of their main positions is to make sure they're effectively taking care of their campuses, culture, morale, discipline.
Yes, sir.
I know y'all tired of hearing me rant about that.
No, sir. You're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right, and you're right. I should have consulted them, but I will say this here. What I did, I looked at the time that the campuses review students, and it's around the 15-day mark. We don't have any history of any students being reviewed at 5 days over at DAP. It's usually at the 15-day mark. So I took that average and I put 15 days. Now I can go back to the principal and say, hey, what do you guys want? 15 days? You want 20 days? Halfway point. But that is the normal average time that we review students here.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? No? Okay, thank you. Anything else on the report?
Yes, yeah. No, just as you heard earlier, we've got a lot going on. We've got all of our STAR testing coming up, and as you saw tonight of all the recognitions we have, our kids are doing an amazing job right now. We are in the final 9 weeks of the school year, hard to believe, and we've got a lot of different things going on right now. So it's a very busy time of the year where we're trying to go into the testing season as well as plan for next year. So, but like I said, having these kids up here and recognizing them, that's why we're here. And we want to continue to do that.
I have a question on, I think it was the child care report. There was a wage supplement for child care for March.
Yes, ma'am. That was something that they were awarded. If you remember, I briefed before that Tammy, she took it on initiative to qualify the daycare as first certified. With that came basically a bonus for her team. Each staff, she's able to award 5 staff members roughly around $1,500.
Each?
Yes, ma'am.
And she only has 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Staff members? Okay.
That qualified.
Oh, that qualified.
qualified,
For that.
yes,
Okay, and we didn't need to approve that or anything. That was
It's basically a grant.
okay. Gotcha. And then there was a finding on the child nutrition audit. That was in the report, the child nutrition report. There was an audit finding.
There is, that's a preliminary finding. It will be official, but I was going to bring that to the board at the April. I think we'll have it at the April board meeting, but I can discuss it now if you want. That's fine. Yeah, I was just waiting until we got the official report.
I'll go with that. Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have any questions on any of the reports? No? Okay. We will go to item number 29, board request for additional items. And our next scheduled meeting is we should be back on track, right?
The 21st.
April 21st.
Do we decide on a time? I know we discussed
Oh, yeah.
pre-meeting,
And we can do it at 6 and then start regular meeting at 6:30 if that's what you
Yeah.
guys wanna do.
I'm good with,
I'm good, I don't know if that's tight for y'all, so 6:37 or.
I mean, I can do 6, no problem.
Oh, okay.
Donald, are you good with 6? Okay.
Then he may
Donald
have to
can't go
work on
much later than 7.
I know, he's gonna be late tonight. Okay. Yeah, 6.
I got
Okay.
a couple information. I just, may fall on just.
Can I comment on that now? We have already given the campuses and departments a May 15th deadline for purchases for this fiscal year, since we're closing June 30th. The campuses will still have their activity funds that they can use after that, but all purchases we've requested to have May 15th already.
We just every year, I think it's before you. We're now in a position of either A, we don't approve it, or B, and we lose the money, or we gotta pay a penalty, or.
And in child nutrition, it used to be that we could only have 3 months of excessive fund balance without having to write a corrective action plan, and then you had to follow that corrective action plan. Texas Department of Agriculture has changed that to 6 months, so child nutrition will not be an issue.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we have a schedule of all the meetings. I've already spoken at city council. Got to speak to the city council about a week and a half or 2 ago. Also went and spoke with the economic development folks over there. And then we are going to be meeting with, I've got a whole list here. The goal was to start right around late March or April and then begin to hit all those different places for the month of April as we roll into the month of May. We didn't want to go too early or too late, and so we've got several other folk. We're going to be going visiting with campuses. We're going to be going to the nursing home. We're going to be hosting a meeting here as well for parents. We're working on, I think that's April I want to say it's maybe the 17th. Anyway, we've got several meetings scheduled. We have a whole list.
Are we getting those dates out to the community so they can start making plans? Or?
We haven't put all those dates out to the community yet. We're gonna, as I said, the parent meeting that we're gonna have, or community meeting, we'll be getting those dates out here soon, yeah. But we wanted to do it, our goal was to do it later than earlier, instead of having to come back and you know.
I'm a little nervous about that timeline because early voting starts the 22nd of April, and we're coming up on April. I mean, that's 22 days for us to have some significant parent meetings and town hall meetings, so.
Because as you've seen, we get maybe 12, 15.
But we want to make sure that those that early vote are informed as well, so we may want to.
Right. We're also putting information out just on our website. We started doing that just every week. We're going to be we put something out today, just what is a bond. We're continuing to put information out there on our website, and then we also have our bond website. All of our information is on there as well.
A lot of our voters, though, don't have students
And a
in
lot
the
of our-
school and aren't gonna go to the website
And
to
a lot of our voters
look.
aren't gonna
No, I know, I'm just saying that that's one of the other avenues that we've got is to put that all specifically on our website and a separate bond website, so.
Well, I mean, request information about that next meeting on May, the end of April is gonna be too late. We're gonna be literally 2 weeks away from actual voting. So.
One day away from early voting.
I can email that to you guys, the list that I have of where I've spoken and then where the rest of the meetings are gonna take place.
And my final one, Ms. Gore, is there any update on we talked about open childcare? Our childcare to open the childcare to community. We discussed that a number of times. I don't know if that's anything.
I think we've just been informational on that because it would have to go to a for-profit. Is that right? Is that what we talked about last time versus a nonprofit?
We brought it up a number of times. I don't know if it's dead, it's dead. Then, but
Yeah, I think.
I mean, we can do what the board wants if the board wants to bring that back for action, but it's gonna cost us money on the ISD portion more than what we're already putting into that.
I'm good with that. It's just my understanding was it was just still in limbo. We've discussed it a couple times and it just kind of hangs out there. So if it's put to bed, then just put to bed.
Anybody else have any requests?
My request, just for everybody, is on our board agenda. Can we start getting those decks like when we post the meetings on Fridays? Can we make sure all those decks are accessible?
All the attachments?
Yes. Yeah, because a lot of us like to review those and it may help with some time management and some questions. So if we can get those decks.
But we should be getting that, we should be getting that before Friday, before the meeting.
Yeah.
There are some things, for example, if someone's gonna present something, and they're working on presenting an update or something, there's certain things that can be posted, there's other things that.
No, we get that, but I'm saying the board book, it should be posted to board book before Friday. Last we talked, we had, I think, agreed on Wednesday, was that right? Wednesday, we agreed on it being posted Wednesday. We understand, for us, where nobody can see it though, right?
Well, if it's a deck that's being shared, it's public information anyways. If they're standing up here and sharing it, it should be accessible anyways. Am I correct? Or am I wrong?
Some of that information is, not all of it, depends on what it is.
I mean, anything they put on the screen.
Yeah, anything that's put on the screen. Yeah.
I'm just asking, am I wrong or right? I mean, if we're presenting it in a
No,
public
it can
forum on a
be-
screen, like we should have access to that.
Cause they can come up here and watch the video, or the
Or the replay.
Or watch online.
That's all I'm asking is I would like that information posted on board book. If they're gonna do a presentation, I would like to see it in my hand so I can be prepared for questions. Because like I said, it's hard to see the screen, especially from where I'm sitting. I don't know if I'm the only one. I would just like that information. So if we need to push that out to whoever's presenting, if we can get those decks so that we can be prepared for questions, so that
Agreed.
we're not trying to listen and also pay attention to a deck, that's just my request.
We talked last time about having it by Wednesday.
Easier for me to formulate a question, based on information I've already had a moment to read, rather than trying to read and listen.
And process and
Yeah.
comprehend.
That way, we can have those questions, because I really feel like questions come up a lot after things, because we're trying to move through.
Right.
And like later on in the day, you're like, man, should have asked about that. I just think if we have those, when that gets sent out, if it's allowed.
No, it's allowed, and then to have it posted where we get it by Wednesday, not on Friday.
That's just to the board, not releasing to the board.
No, that's fine, but we need to be able to read it ahead of time, so we can, like Donald said, yeah.
Anything else?
Okay, did anybody else have any requests for additional information? Joe, do y'all have anything for additional information? No? Okay. Okay, we'll go to item number 30, adjourn at 10:25 p.m.